Enough of that. Sorry. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Good day. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello. Happy Tuesday. We're going to play Ingrid's Back today. We're going to go revisit our dear old friend Ingrid. There she is. Hello. Good day. How's it going? Welcome to the stream, one and all. Thank you, Augersley, for the raid. Thank you. There she is. There's Ingrid. She's back. She's back. We're going to play her game. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hope you're having a great day. I'm so excited to play this game. I'm so excited. That's Ingrid. There she is. She doesn't have her gun in this picture, but there she is. She has a stick. She's ready to go on the quest. Let me say hello to everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm so excited for this. Hello, Dana. Hello, Dracados. Hello, Dieter Lavos. Hello, Summerby. Hello, Biff Fraction. Thank you, Biff. Thank you. That Dizzy game was a journey. That was an ordeal of a game, but we did it. Hello, Dieter Lavos. Hello, Crushing Ceiling. Hello, Iron Zoltan. Hello, Pocket Raptors. Tango Bunny, hello. Pink Paperclip Guy, welcome. Duck Admirer. Taka Hennessy. Zetsubera. Sneed Plays, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much. 6 months in advance. That's powerful support. Thank you. I'm sorry. Justin, welcome. Syllogism, welcome. Thank you again for the raid, Augersley. Welcome, 8-Bit Tomato. Neko, welcome. Who else is here? Netscape Navigator. Welcome in. Augersley. Dammit Baines. Burzel. Oh, welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hello. Good day. Turnip Juice. Hello. Hello, everybody. Alana Ray. Welcome. I think I got everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're going to play Ingrid's Back today. We're going to play Ingrid's Back. This is the sequel to Gnome Ranger. This is a text adventure with full graphics, developed by Level 9 Adventures, a British development company. It has this wonderful eye-catching artwork that's sure to draw anyone's attention if they see this game sitting on the store shelves. I know it's caught my attention. Like, I've seen pictures of Ingrid just over the years in my journeys browsing through games. I've always wanted to play these games, and we played Gnome Ranger a while ago. When was that? It wasn't too long ago. It was a couple months ago. Let me check my list here. We played Gnome Ranger back in January, and it was a really fun game. Again, text adventure, text parser with static images, very old school gaming. But I like it. It's a fantasy adventure with a very light-hearted, humorous undertone. And you're just playing as Ingrid, and you're just picking up items, and you're making tea, and you got your dog, and you're solving puzzles, and it's wonderful. Hey, Smebble Bear, Calm Sun, Western Style Guy, welcome. What is wrong with her arm? Oh my god, I can't. Her arm. Well, she's a gnome. Her anatomy does not conform to human standards. Her anatomy is a little bit different. Oh, wonderful. I hope this is just as good as the first one. Now, I really liked Gnome Ranger. It was very difficult. It was a very difficult adventure game. I got stuck multiple times. We had to consult hint documents and look up what to do at numerous occasions. It was a very difficult game. But it was enjoyable. The puzzles were very hard. So we may have the same situation here, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. I haven't played a lot of these text adventures. I'm trying to play more of them. I truly enjoy them quite a bit. I'm excited for this. I'm excited. Ingrid's back. She's back. Her hands facing backwards, her feet. There's a lot going on. There's a lot. You don't want to look too closely at this artwork. It might scar you for life. She's built different, exactly. She's simply built a little different. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. We got a lot of reading to do, so be very comfortable reading stream, because just like with Gnome Ranger, just like with Night Orc before that, the game comes with a journal, a storybook to read before we start the game. It's a very text-heavy game, as you might expect from a text adventure. Ingrid's back. If we turn the box over, you can get a brief synopsis of what we're about to get into. Let me blow this up a little bit. Ingrid's back. Jasper Quickbuck, insider dealing lord of Ridley's Manor, plans to steamroller the gnome belt for yuppie housing. To the gnome's horror, accident-prone Ingrid Bottomlow just escaped from her holiday in the wilderness. Seems their only hope. When immovable market forces meet the irresistible Ingrid, will there be a U-turn? Or will humor be the only winner? Ingrid's Back is the first game to use the full power of Level 9's unique racetracks. What? For the most lifelike gnomes ever. It has hand-drawn high-res pictures on most disc versions, advanced English parser including go/run2, find, follow, etc., true multi-character puzzles requiring cooperation, ram slave / restore and undo on most versions, and up to 250,000 bytes of game text. Up to 250,000 bytes. So it could have 10 bytes of text. It could have 100 bytes. It could have 249,000 bytes. That's as vague as they could possibly word it. Up to 250,000 bytes of game text. The pictures here and the screenshots look nice. This game uses a different art style than the previous games. As you can see, there's like a little village. There's some people. Looks like a bunch of shirtless dudes hanging out by a I don't even know what that is. A steamroller? There's a bridge. I can't really make anything else out. I wonder what the racetracks are. The first game to use the full power of Level 9's unique racetracks. What does that even mean? This is an adventure game. What? Huh. I guess we'll find out. Inside this box, we'll find detailed guide to playing Level 9 adventures, Ingrid's diary to set the scene, coupon for a 1,000 entry clue sheet, and full color poster. There she is. There she is. You know, Summer mentioned it earlier. Maybe we should get an Ingrid emote. Although it would be good. What sort of emotion does Ingrid's face convey? I guess happiness, mirth, joy, grotesquerie. Look at those eyebrows. Look at those eyes. Look at those cheeks. I like the little flower in her hair. And her walking stick. Naivety. She's just so happy and well-meaning. She's just going on an adventure. Now, in the previous game, it's actually pretty funny how it's set up. Ingrid is home from school and visiting her family, and her family hates her. They can't stand her, so they're always trying to find ways to get her out of the house and like kick her out. But she just always is just ignorant of everything and naive and just wanders back in, and she ends up like blowing up her dad, like expanding him, and he floats away, but they tie him down to the dog or some nonsense, and she chases chickens throughout the holes, and there's a whole lot of stuff that happens. She gets on a hot air balloon and flies away, and then she flies back and crashes it into her house, and it's just all over the place. It's just all over the place. I love this game. Ingrid Bottomlow first starred in Gnome Ranger and returns in Gnome Free in May 1989. That never happened. That's the planned sequel to Ingrid's Back. Sadly, we never got it. Both games are available from level 9 for almost any home computer. That's just simply not true. That's just factually incorrect. So yeah, they plan to have another sequel to Ingrid's Back, but text adventures in the late 1980s, not a very big market. I'm sure they couldn't get the funding or the finances to make more of these, sadly. It's Sierra's fault, really. Sierra, LucasArts, freaking Ken Williams and his graphics. Ruined text adventures for everybody. Let's read the manual. Let's start doing some reading time. Let me move some windows around here. Another thing, which we'll see soon. One of the underlying jokes throughout the whole game, at least in the previous one, is the word gnome has a silent G at the start of it. And so every instance of finding the letter N in the game, they put a silent G in front of it. So if you want to go north, G-N-O-T-R-H. You want to say no, it's G-N-O. It's really funny. I love it. There's the manual. Ingrid's back. That's her back. She's carrying a stick. What is wrong with her mouth? Like, what? It's like, what? I like her earrings. She's got like little chestnut earrings. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Ingrid's back. Ingrid design, we can thank Pete Austin and Peter McBride and Godfrey Dowson. 3 people designed her. Game design and management, Pete Austin. Game programming and game text, Graham Jones. Diary translation and game text polishing by Peter McBride. The cover picture is by Godfrey Dawson. Computer art, Daikon Peak. Systems, Mike and Nick Austin. John Jones Steele, Mike Bryant. Transport to Your Micro by Nick Austin, Mike Bryant. So this is one of the last level 9 adventure games that they've released, as far as I understand. I don't have their entire chronology here in front of me, but this is towards the end of their oeuvre. They were one of the most prolific and highly, maybe not most prolific, one of the most highly respected British developers of adventure games, at least in the 1980s. We've played a couple of their games. I want to play more because they're so much fun. We've played Night Orc, Gnome Ranger, now Ingrid's back. Well, they've made so many more. They made so many more. They made so many of these. It was Level 9 and Magnetic Scrolls. Those were kind of the 2 big development houses. Getting started. If you've not played a Level 9 adventure before, please read all these instructions. If you are an experienced Level 9 adventurer, skip to the preface and just read that. Okay. Preface. Gnome Ranger told how Ingrid Bottomlow returned from the Institute of Gnome Economics full of schemes to improve life, and succeeded in demolishing most of the family farm. Accidentally banished by her exasperated family, Ingrid had more success with putting the wilderness to rights, and even stopped a war or 2. Ingrid's back starts with Ingrid's return to Little Moaning, and tells how she stopped the plans of Jasper Quickbuck, money-grabbing Lord of Ridley's Manor, to steamroll the Gnome Belt village for an estate of yuppie homes. Ingrid Bottomlow's second Nettlefield journal is an introduction. Then, Part 1 of the game describes Ingrid's attempts to get her fellow gnomes to sign a petition against the planned eviction. The next part concerns the defense of Nettlefield Farm, and finally, in Part 3, Ingrid infiltrates the manor. Clues for Part 1. Only Flopsy trusts Ingrid. To get someone to sign, try, for example, give petition to Jumbo. Don't collect signatures from outsiders. Clues for Part 2. Noah has been known to lie down on the job but follows instructions. Stop the steamroller, then trap the trolls. Clue for Part 3. Cousin Daisy may be of help. Those mean nothing, really. I know Flopsy is Ingrid's dog. And yeah, it's implied here, but if you're familiar with previous level 9 games, you may remember it's a game in 3 parts, which is a kind of a weird structure for an adventure game like this. Essentially, it's 3 completely self-contained and isolated miniature adventure games, and they all lead one right into the other into the next. It's kind of cool. It's nice. It's interesting. They typically have their own maps, their own sets of items, their own puzzles, again, completely isolated from one another, but the story runs from part 1 to 2 to 3. It's an interesting structure. I doubt we'll get through all 3 today. In fact, it's very unlikely. Hopefully we can at least get through part 1 today, but even that could be a lot. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Big Bad Beza, welcome. Dork Dream, hello, welcome. We're just reading the manual for Ingrid's back. There she is. There she is. She's back. If you're really stuck, you can get a comprehensive free clue sheet with hundreds of clues from official secrets or direct from level 9. You must enclose the clue card from the packaging and provide a large stamped self-addressed envelope or 4 international reply coupons. I don't have the hint sheet. I didn't look it up. I didn't try and find it or source it. I had to use that hint sheet so much for the previous game, so we may be in trouble. Talking to the game. As you've seen, this game understands a lot of commands. The following list is only part of its vocabulary, but it gives an idea of what to try. North, northeast, east, etc., up, down, in, out, cross, climb, go, run, follow, again, attack, inventory, quit, save, restore, ram, restore, undo, score, wait, examine, look, take, drop, wear, throw, give, fill, empty, open, close, eat, drink, press, exits, words, pictures, brief, verbose. Many words can be abbreviated. The following example is not from Ingrid's back, but illustrates how to play. Players' commands are in capitals after each greater than or what now prompt. Text in square brackets as comments. I understand how to play adventure games. This ain't my first rodeo. This goes on for quite a bit. Hints. Draw a map or a series of maps. Remember that the exits on command lists all the paths in each location. To make life easy for you, the objects that matter in the location are normally listed in a sentence, like, you can see a shopkeeper and a bunch of herbs. Some other authors hide useful objects amidst the background scenery, but level 9 avoid this. The rest of your surroundings are probably scenery, but by all means try to do things to them if you like. Examine all the objects that you see, and as a rule, take everything that you can. Most objects are useful in some way. Use the high-level commands, such as go to windmill, run to bridge, follow steamroller, wait 5, wait for Flopsy, which take the place of many individual instructions. Remember, pressing a key breaks out of such commands, so I'm always bad about using these. Level 9's parsers are quite good and complex and allow for these high-level commands, and their games are kind of structured around the idea that you'll be using them. I'm thinking of Night Orc specifically, how Night Orc, one of the previous games of theirs that we played, had hundreds of rooms that were just empty. And you were meant to type, like, go to waterfall, and it would automatically run through about 15 rooms to get there. I never did that. I'm ignorant and lazy. Some puzzles can only be solved with cooperation from other people, especially in later parts of the game. So get used to giving orders. You can cancel orders given an error, by example, Flopsy, stop. Get used to using undo. If you make a mistake and get killed, or lose a vital object, the undo command is available on most micros. It takes you back in time to before your previous move. On larger micros, you can use undo many times in succession to retrace your steps a long way through the game. I should mention we're not going to be playing this on like an old computer. There is a third-party level 9 interpreter program which I'll be using to play the game, and you can just extract the story files from, I don't remember which version of the game I extracted them from. I got this game all set up months ago, so I've forgotten. But we're not going to be playing this on like a Atari ST or on DOS emulator or anything like that. We're just going to be playing the files specifically extracted, run through a third-party interpreter. It's just easier. And I ran into problems with Gnome Ranger trying to play it on the ST. The game glitched out. And so we had to change course for that game. We're just going to stick to this method of play. Left empty, welcome. Neck, welcome. I was only gone for a couple days, but we're back. We're back to do some... There she is. We're back with Ingrid. Ingrid's back. Save your place occasionally so that if you notice a mistake too late to be able to undo it, or if the electricity flickers and your computer crashes, you can restore. Try everything you can think of. Even weird or dangerous actions sometimes provide clues and might be fun. You can use undo or restore if you've previously used save to recover if the results are fatal. You can word a command in many different ways. For example, if there were an axe and a ball on the ground, you could take the axe by typing any of the following. Get the axe, take axe, get all but the ball, look at the axe and take it. If the game doesn't understand your command, try rephrasing it and using synonyms. If the game still doesn't understand, you're probably trying something that's not important. If you're really stuck, you can get a free hint sheet. Look at that. They were offering their hint sheets for free. Compare that to freaking Dizzy. Dizzy Codemasters, man, they charged you. They wanted your money for hints. Think of Sierra. Yeah, 1-900 Yo Dudes. Sierra sold hint books separately and had their 1-900 hint line. Dizzy Codemasters, every single page of the manual had the hint line's number on it, and they charged you per minute to call for hints. Level 9, it's free. It's free. And surely the decision to not charge for hints would inform the development of the puzzles in the game as well. Like, they likely made it less obtuse. I don't know if that's actually the case, because the previous game was quite nonsensical at times. But like, if you're planning on charging money for hints to your game, I feel like you would be incentivized as a developer to make the puzzles more difficult and hard to figure out, to coax players to pay you money for the hints. I feel like that's the case, but I'm just kind of speculating here. Please remember, Ingrid's back took a lot of time and trouble to produce by a lot of us gnomes. So don't make than one copy for your own use, to keep only as long as you have the original game. Official secrets, let's face it. At some stage in this game, you're going to need help. A good move before you start is to send us a stamped addressed envelope. Then you'll receive a full set of clues before you need them, or at least before you get desperate for them. But the clues aren't the only thing we'll send you. We'll tell you all about official secrets. That's the club for people who want more. More than what? You might ask. Well, we can't tell you too much because we don't want to give the game away yet. Oh, how cool. Send a large stamped addressed envelope or an international response coupon to Ingrid. Loading instructions. Again, we're disregard all of this. Oh, cool lighthouse. It almost certainly does not still exist, but maybe. Maybe it does. Look at all the the different computers they supported. Spectrum Plus 3, Amiga 500, Amiga 1000, CPC 6128, PCW, Apple II, Atari XE, BBC Master or 48K. Oh man. Tape loading? Oh, thank goodness we don't have to deal with that. Put one of the game tapes in your recorder. Look down the alphabetical list of computer types and follow the instructions for your computer. The underlined text is what you type, and remember to press enter or return key after each command. If the tape doesn't move, press enter or return again. Atari XE. Remove any cartridges. While holding down start and option for at least 5 seconds, turn on the Atari. Start the tape on play and press return. If nothing happens, turn off the Atari for 30 seconds and try again. No thanks. No thank you. No thank you. I never had games on tape as a kid. My first computer was a DOS computer with floppy disks, so I never got to experience the wonderful world of games on tape. We've since emulated a few, but it's definitely not the same. It's not the same. And thank goodness it's not the same. It's definitely much better nowadays. Additional features. The versions of Level 9 Ventures on large micros often have more facilities than those on smaller machines. Here's a summary of the features available. So we should have all of the best features. Color pictures, a picture cache, recall and editing of previous commands, a README file. We're not going to have that. Color pictures, black and white for the Amstrad. I'm sorry, Amstrad owners. Atari ST has color and black and white. Demonstration game. Whoa. If you would like a continuous demonstration of Ingrid's back, perhaps for use in the shop, start the game. Wait until the first picture is finished loading and the game is waiting for a command. I can't imagine you would get many sales putting a demo of Ingrid's back in your store in 1988 when contemporary games of the era were so much better, visually, graphically speaking. But you never know. Like what did Sierra release in 1988? Is that King's Quest 4? Were they on their SCI Zero engine? That's Monkey Island. I know was 1989. I'm pretty sure, at least. So maybe Loom. Put this up right next to Loom. If I saw Loom in Ingrid's back, I might go with Loom instead. Or Zach McCracken. I'd probably go with Zach McCracken. Oh, they were also 1990? Okay, my dates are a little off. Regardless, the point stands. IBM PC features pictures in MGA and EGA mode. What's MGA? I don't think I've ever seen MGA. This disk contains one set of pictures and converts them on output when MGA is chosen? MGA, huh. Mega graphics. The Spectrum, even the Spectrum had black and white pictures. Oh, here we go. Oh, thank you. Monochrome graphics adapter. Hercules compliant. Okay. Hey, Toigio, welcome. I gotta play Zach McCracken. I really want to. I haven't played a good LucasArts adventure game since Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. And I've been wanting to go back and revisit LucasArts and play Zach McCracken and Maniac Mansion. I've played Loom, I've played all the Monkey Islands, I've played Fate of Atlantis before, but I haven't streamed them, so those would be fun to replay as well. God, I love these old adventure games. There's so many of them, too. The second Nettlefield Journal. Oh, the Dig, yeah, the Dig is wonderful. I love the Dig. I had the Dig as a kid. Good game, good stuff. Ayers Day, 16th of Novgor. Novagor? Well, it's nice to be back on my own room at Nettlefield Farm, writing my diary again. I got home for my little holiday, see Gnome Ranger, just in time for lunch. My family were sitting around the table watching the soup cool, and were they surprised when I popped my head around the kitchen door to shout, "Cooey, it's me!" No gnome moved or said anything for about a second. Then Mother, who'd been passing the loaf to Dimple, shrieked and dropped it. The loaf smashed the soup tureen and warm soup gushed out into poor Bumpy's lap. He jumped up, tipping over the bench that he and Dimple and Noggin were sitting on, and they all landed up in the hearth. Meanwhile, the loaf, one of Mother's thick round ones, rolled the length of the table and fell on Father's foot with a scrunch. Flopsy, my favorite dog, leapt out of the chair she'd been sitting in and bounded up to me. And then I saw our back garden, our faithful farmhand. Flopsy had been sitting on him, and her leap had sort of pushed him through the seat of his chair. Anyway, he brushed the dog hairs off his face and gave me a sort of squashed smile. Later, when Mother had bandaged Father's foot and Dimple had gone and dried himself, and my other brothers had decided they'd been lying in the hearth long enough, and Arback had scooped the soup back into the pot, we all sat around the table. I told them about my adventures and said I didn't know what I'd done to deserve such a super holiday. I hoped it hadn't cost too much. Father was a bit grumpy and said, "Considering what I paid for that there teleport scroll, 3 months weren't very long." "Nonsense, Father," I told him. "It was more than long enough, especially as there is so much for me to do here." But Father wasn't to be pacified and muttered, "I'll have words with that Seamus Sosmal next time he comes peddling his wares at Nettlefield." Now, while I've been away, I've had lots of time to think about the improvements I want to make to the farm. I was just starting to tell them some of my ideas when Mother said, It's about time for Flopsy's run." Well, when Flopsy heard this, she bounced up and got a saddle down from the wall and started to strap it on. I looked a bit surprised, but Arback said, "Flopsy usually takes me for a ride after lunch. Perhaps you'd like to go instead." Riding Flopsy? Really, my family's so lazy. I took her for a nice long walk and we had a good look around the farm. The bantam coop is still in one piece, and there are dozens of bantams everywhere. The guinea pig sty and the barn have been rebuilt, but there's no sign of the mill. Just a pile of rubble where it used to be. I haven't seen Uncle Dusty Halfyard either, so I must find out what's happened to him tomorrow. I can't ask any gnome now because by the time I got back with Flopsy, my family had all gone to bed and have stayed there ever since. I didn't go straight to bed, partly because I wanted to write my diary, and partly because I couldn't find my bed. Eventually I dug it out from under a pile of turnips that they'd stored in my room. I've stacked them neatly outside, ready to take downstairs in the morning. Fire Day, 17th of Novigor. Oh, my father's so clumsy. He got up in the middle of the night and went downstairs for a snack. Well, that is what he was going to do, but he tripped on the turnips at the top of the stairs and fell down. Then all the turnips rolled down on top of him. It must have made a tremendous noise. I'm surprised no gnome was waking up. Anyway, the turnips were still there this morning, blocking the way to the kitchen. It was nearly 10 o'clock before we cleared a passage over the top so that we could go and get our breakfast, and afternoon before Father managed to struggle out from under the rest. I've solved the mystery of the missing windmill. Uncle Dusty has had a new one built on his own bit of land, the other side of Sandy Bottom Field. I went round to see him after breakfast. Uncle Dusty is a hopeless businessman, and I can see that I shall have to take charge of his mill, or it will be a complete failure. For a start, the mill is so unwelcoming. There's a gate at the end of his lane with a big "no entry" sign on it. Actually, it doesn't say no entry. He's tried to use that fancy word Ingress instead, but he can't spell. So the sign reads, Half Yard's New Mill, no Ingrids. Then, the mill's in completely the wrong place. It's at the bottom of a sheltered valley, surrounded by trees, and the sails were hardly turning. Yet the wind was so strong in sandy bottom field that the rabbits were having to hold their ears down to stop themselves being blown away. And when I got there, I couldn't get in through the door because he was piling up sacks of corn against it from the inside. I could see them through the keyhole, and he seems to be going deaf because I couldn't make him hear me. It's very bad for business. Supposing I'd been a customer, her family hates her. So yeah, the whole premise, or the inciting action of the previous game is Ingrid goes back home after college, and her family's all trying to get rid of her, and she's just like ruining everything. And her father ends up buying a teleportation scroll and gives it to her to just teleport her anywhere else but home. And then the game proper begins, and you're just in a forest somewhere trying to find your way back home. But Ingrid, she refuses to believe that her family doesn't want her around. She just doesn't even entertain the thought. Oh, I love it. Stone Day, the 18th of Novigor. Well, while I was dusting the mantel shelf this morning, I'm sure no gnome has done any cleaning since I left, I found dozens of letters from estate agents. All of them have clients who want to buy the farm, but they're wasting their time as we don't own it. My parents rent it on a long lease instead from the squire of Ridley's Manor. Next, I found a black-edged card. It had a really fancy writing on it, the sort that's all loops and squiggles. I managed to make out invitation, then decided it would be quicker to ask Mother. They buried the old squire last month. That were for his funeral. Oh, is he dead then? I asked without thinking. I expect so, Mother replied. I never asked him. They buried him anyway. Then Mother picked up all the odds and ends that I'd put to one side, ready to throw away, and carefully rearranged them back on the mantelpiece. So I left the tidying up till market day, when Mother will be out of the house, and decided to visit the manor house at Ridley's End. Cousin Daisy works there as a maid, so she would be sure to know all about the new squire. But I only got as far as Little Moaning Village, where I found I couldn't cross the River Dribble. I mean, really. It's years since the middle of the bridge collapsed under the weight of jumbo butterpat. They still haven't got around to rebuilding it. Even though it's on the main road from Littlehampton to Gnomebridge. The only way to get over is by ferry, but Bonnie Sprat is the fisher gnome as well as the fairy gnome. And today was a fishing day, not a fairy day. That was it. Mud Day, 19th Novigor. I tried to call in on Uncle Dusty again, but the mill yard's full of vicious chickens. As soon as I approached the gate, they all came rushing out, clucking angrily, so I backed off. I was worried about Uncle Dusty's safety, but Mother says that he's all right. In fact, he's got the chickens to protect himself from intruders. I've just discovered why Grandma Knudsen isn't around. She's gone to look after Dribblemouth Light, while Millie Watts, the lighthouse keeper, is visiting her sister in Gnomebridge. Must go over and see her sometime soon. Trees Day, the 20th. I cornered Father after breakfast and told him of my plan to drain Soggy Bottom Field so that we can grow something useful in it. It's mostly underwater as usual. I studied irrigation at the Institute of Gnome Economics, and all we've got to do, well, all him and my brothers have got to do, and they're not doing much at the moment, is dig a couple drainage ditches across to join up with the River Dribble where it runs along the side of the field. Father said it was too wet for digging. Wooden Day, the 21st. I set out for Ridley's End again this morning, and it was another fishing day, so I was stuck this side of the Dribble. As I was coming back past the forge, I heard some banging and went to investigate. Nat Tackhammer, the blacksmith, was hammering away at a peculiar little cart. It seems He's invented a dogless carriage. He got the headlamps and the shape of the sunroof sorted out quite nicely, but was having trouble with what makes it go bit. He cobbled together some fancy arrangement of things he calls pedals and chains, but I said to him, "Really, Mr. Tackhammer? If people are going to use their feet to go places, they might as well walk." That made him think a bit, so he said, "All right, Miss Clever Clogs, what do you suggest?" I studied engineering at the Institute, so the answer was obvious, really. Wind power, just like on boats. Nat went in then for his lunch, so I set to and got the job done to surprise him. I used a sheet that Mrs. Tackhammer had hung out to dry to rig up a sail and took the pedally things off his carriage. The carriage still wouldn't move, but I noticed some little blocks that had jammed on the wheels and stopped them turning. I just finished removing them by the time Nat came back. "What do you think of the carriage, then?" I asked him. He didn't know what to say, so I said, "Come on, we'll give it a trial run," and pushed it out of the forge. There was a nice breeze blowing up Plough Gnome's Lane towards Greater Cawing, and the sail filled a treat. Mr. Tackhammer and I climbed on board before it blew away, and soon we were bowling along the road ever so fast. But unfortunately, the wind died down when we got to the trees near Dusty's mill, and our dogless carriage stopped. I wanted to push it for a bit till we found some more wind, but Nat had had enough and wanted to go back. Then we realized that the wind would be in the wrong direction. Mr. Tackhammer was going to complain, till I pointed out that it was all downhill to the forge, so there was no problem. It was a bit unfortunate what happened next. I got out of the carriage to turn it round and was pushing it to get it going when Mrs. Downtrodden arrived to see what was going on. I let go of the carriage to talk to her, and while she was moaning about it not being natural, no dogs nor nothing, the carriage rolled off without me. It really picked up speed down the hill, and I'm sure that if I'd been driving, all would have been well. But Nat Tackhammer kept shouting about sabotage to the brakes and trying to slow it with his feet, so when the carriage reached the bridge, it didn't have enough speed to jump the gap. Fortunately, though, it wasn't damaged as its fall was broken by Boney Sprat's fishing boat in midstream. The carriage floated very nicely and was washed back to shore near the end of the spit. I met Nat and Boney later, walking soggily back up the lane to the forge. "It wasn't too bad for a trial run, was it?" I said encouragingly. "Shall we be working on our dogless carriage again tomorrow?" "No," said Nat. "I'm going to be designing an Ingridless carriage." Boney wring out his beard all over my sandals. Ayers Day, the 22nd. I didn't get across to the manor today either. Boney Sprats mended his boat all right, but it was another fishing day. I thought this was all getting a bit ridiculous. I don't think there's been a fairy day since I got back. So I went down to Fairy Cottage to see what was going on. Boney wasn't there, of course. I could see him fishing on the dribble. But his wife was. "Why isn't there a fairy today?" I asked Mrs. Sprat. "Now don't you come that tone of voice with me, young miss," screeched Mrs. Sprat. "And don't you go interrupting your elders and betters." It was then I noticed Mrs. Butterpat, though really it's hard not to notice her. She's every bit as big as Jumbo. She was buying fish, a whole basketful. I waited until they'd finished their conversation, and she was about to leave before I tried again. "Pardon me, Mrs. Sprat," I said ever so politely, "but could you tell me when there will be a ferry across the dribble?" "Well, I wouldn't like to say," she said. "My Boney is so busy catching fish for the tables at the Green Gnome that he don't have time for no ferrying." "Pardon me, Mrs. Butterpat," I asked, "but could you tell me why the Green Gnome is so very busy all the time nowadays?" "It's all them travelers waiting for the ferry," she replied. So this is the sense of humor for all the games. I love it. I think it's hilarious. This is so cool. Fire Day, the 23rd. I made it to Ridley's End at last. Mind you, I had to hike all the way up to Greater Cawing. down the lane that leads to the footbridge over the upper dribble, and the ford across the trickle. Then it was cross-country up over 3 Mole Hill. I saw some gnome over by the 3rd Mole Hill, and gave them a wave, but didn't have time to stop. Must go and visit sometime, as it looks quite lonely out there. I found Cousin Daisy in the kitchen garden, helping Armillaria Budblast, the gardener, to watch the parsley grow. They told me all the news. It seems that old Squire Gilpot died last month. Died in his cups, she said. Well, in a cup. Someone sent him a huge loving cup for his birthday, and he fell in and drowned, and it was still half full of beer. Anyway, the new squire is a distant cousin, Jasper Quickbuck. He still lives over in Gnomechester, and Daisy says he's an indoors dealer in the city, likes Guinness, and made a fortune when BT was privatized. Everyone was invited to the old squire's funeral. Daisy said it was a right lovely do. They laid out tables in the manor gardens. They weren't having the villagers in the house, nor in Ridley's backyard. There were sandwiches and little cakes and beer. Armillaria Budblast didn't think that was very nice, though, especially when they drank enough beer to lower the level. And she found one of Squire Gilpot's boots at the bottom. Squire Quickbuck didn't actually come to the funeral himself. In fact, he's hardly been near the place at all. Daisy says he's probably too grand for the likes of us. The manor is being run by his accountant, Meacher, and his agent, a goblin in a flashy suit called Silas Crawley. Stone Day the 24th. I was going out to get some peat for the fire when Seamus Sosmal, the traveling leprechaun, called. He looked a bit nervous and hesitated on the doorstep when I invited him in. "Is Mr. Bottomlow at home at all?" he asked. "No, afraid not," I replied. "Ah," he said, looking a bit less fidgety. Did you enjoy your little trip now?" "It was marvelous," I told him. "To be sure," he cried with a huge grin. "Then I'll be coming in." So he came in, and I asked if he had got some yeast. He'd never heard of it, but when I told him what it was for, he said, "Just a minute now, I've got the very thing." Then he rummaged in his bag and produced a packet marked Super Liftoff. He handed it to me, saying, "This'll do the trick to be sure." He also sold me some spade shine, sure to make a spade slip smoothly through the soggiest soil. It was just what I needed to get my father and brothers moving on those drainage ditches. I was going to make some bread as soon as he left, but while we were talking, the fire had gone out, and then Arback dropped the matches in the sink, so we can't relight it. Arback is almost finished hanging out the matches on the washing line. I hope it doesn't rain. Sunday the 25th. It did rain. We had cold porridge for breakfast. Dimple thought it was great, and could we always have it that way. I wanted a cup of hot tea, so I decided to go down to Dribblemouth Light to see Grandma Knudsen. She had the kettle on, as I thought she would, and she had a visitor. It was Isfront Garden, Arback's older brother. "Now here's some gnome who'd be interested," he said to Grandma, holding a hand over his eyes to shield them from the light of the cage full of glowworms. "Oh God, I forgot about this. No, Ingrid wouldn't want to unearth an ancient Norse longboat," said Grandma disparagingly. Grandma speaks an ancient gnome. So, just as an aside, all the gnomes replace or add a silent G to ends, but only if it's the start of a word. If the word starts with N, it has a G in front of it. Ancient Gnomish adds a silent G in front of every N inside the word. So you get things like ancient, longboat, it's incredibly hard to read. I don't like being disparaged. When I'd worked out what she'd said, I said, very distinctly, "Oh yes, I would." "In that case," said Isfront, "I'll tell you all about it." So he did. He told me about an old Norse longboat buried under his vegetable garden over at Dunrollen in the dunes. That's his cottage, just up the spit from the lighthouse. I could see it from the window. It looked ever so cozy, snuggled down amid the sand. Anyway, he had found an old map with a shipwreck marked on it, realized it was near Dunrollen, and started digging. He'd uncovered the prow, that's the bit at the front, when there was this awful storm and the whole lot's been covered up by sand. We cannot let it remain hidden, Ingrid, said Grandma. We must prove that Norse gnomes landed on our native sand. She stopped and looked at me to see if I was getting carried away. I wasn't. She carried on. And think of the magnificent things we may find. That last bit convinced me. Got a spade, Grandma? I asked. She hadn't, but his friend said I'd find one by his front door, and they would join me shortly. Shortly. Ha! It was the middle of the afternoon before he and Grandma appeared. By then, I'd shifted a whole dune-full of sand off his vegetable plot and dug the soil to the depth of 2 spades all over. I had found 2 old pennies. Normal sort, not Norse. Half a plate, 3 turnips, and a cabbage stalk. Are you sure it was here? I asked Isfront, resting on my spade. Aye, he replied, smiling at me to cheer me up. I must have looked very fed up, while he examined his neatly dug vegetable garden. Happen I be sure it were. Perhaps I'd better check my map. Perhaps I'd better, I suggested. I learnt my map reading at the Institute of Gnome Economics. I don't know where Isfront learned his. Unfortunately, Isfront didn't have the map at his house. He has lent it to Jumbo Butterpat, but we'll get it back next time he goes to the Green Gnome. Mud Day the 26th. My back was a bit stiff today from all that digging, so I spent a quiet day trying to learn how to do that fancy writing like on the funeral invitation. Mind you, it wasn't just the lettering that was fancy. I managed to work out the small print at the bottom of the card. It said, "Be it known that herein and hereby Jasper Quickbuck, sole and rightful heir of Pewter Gilpot, doth lay full claim to the title of Lord and to the lands of Ridley's End and to the entirety of the Dribble Valley, and that whomsoever shall not consenting thereto be desirous to make representation therefrom shall present their persons in legal testament at the offices of the Registrar of Lands and Titles in the city of Gnomechester forthwith, and not later than 7 days the receipt of this notice thereafter." I wish I knew what it meant. Trees Day the 27th. It was a lovely, bright, clear day today, so I hiked over to see the hermit at 3 Mole Hill and spent a fascinating evening with her. She's called Mistress Time. I think her first name is Rosemary, and she's a sage. She lives in the 3rd Mole Hill. It's a bit cramped and dark and dirty, but I expect that's how all proper sages like their houses. Dude. She doesn't speak much, but when she does say something, it's really meaningful. Like, if the duck's bottom is muddy, how can the egg be clean? And, she that drinks deep of the waters of life must often go to the loo. That really made me think. Wednesday, the 28th. I was down at the Green Gnome this morning, delivering some eggs. I found dozens all over the place in the barn. I don't think anybody had bothered to collect them since I went away. I was just haggling over the price with Rollo Butterpat when Creepy Crawly came in. He peered down his long nose at the bottles and barrels behind the bar, then pointed to a cask marked Scrumpy and called to Jumbo Butterpat. "I say, landlord," he cried, "a jug of your rustic wallop, eh? When in Gnome, do as the gnomes do, what?" He laughed. "Arf, arf." Sounded like a fox choking on a humbug. Mr. Butterpat looked a bit surprised, then turned his back on the goblin and winked at Mrs. Butterpat as he poured a mug of raw Scrumpy. "I say, landlord, why do they call this little place the Green Gnome?" he asked. Mr. Butterpat didn't answer, but smiled and asked, "How's the drink?" Creepy Crawly took one swig of the Scrumpy, then suddenly turned a funny green color and rushed off outside. Hey lads, it works with goblins too, Jumbo cried, roaring with laughter. I couldn't see what was so funny. That's the stuff what Ma uses for getting stains off the floor, explained Rollo when he got over his giggles. I still didn't see what was funny. In fact, I thought it was all a bit unkind, even though Creepy Crawly is a bit smug and condescending. Ayers Day the 29th. I was going to make some bread today with Seamus Sosmall's super liftoff, but Mother wouldn't let me as she was doing the washing and wanted to dry her socks in the oven. So, I got the spade shine out instead and polished all the spades. Then I took them to my father and brothers, who were all sitting in the root cellar watching the mangle wurzels to make sure that they didn't rot. I told them that, thanks to Seamus's spade shine, it didn't matter how soggy bottom field was. They could still dig the drainage ditches. God, the alliteration. Father said he would have to see that Seamus. Father said he'd have to see that Seamus and show him how grateful we all are. And Dimple said, but who's going to watch the mangle wurzels? I told them to leave that to me. Made sure that they knew what they were supposed to do and sent them off. It's been a good day for digging. Bright and clear with a nice wind blowing down from the north to keep them cool. They must be having lots of fun because they're still out there. Unfortunately, when I went out to close up the root cellar this evening, I found that 3 of the mangle wurzels had rotted while no gnome was watching them. Fire Day the 30th. Mother sent me off to find the rest of my family this morning as they hadn't appeared at breakfast. Really, my father and brothers are hopeless. They had dug the drainage ditch in a loop that started and ended at the dribble, so that the river flowed through Soggy Bottom with them stranded on an island in the middle. The water wasn't that wide or deep, but it was too much for them to jump over without taking a run at it. None of them could run without falling over, so we had to find another way to get them off. I said they should build a dam across the top end of the ditch and walk across that. They grumbled that they'd done enough digging and the spade shine had worn off and they didn't trust dams anyway, but they were all hungry so they had to go. It was a bit of a slow job as the dribble was washing their dam away almost as quickly as they built it. I think they would have still been there if it hadn't been for Bumpy. He tripped over his spade and fell into the ditch, blocking the water. We left Bumpy there until the real dam was finished. Then, when Father, Dimple, and Noggin had walked over him, we all pulled him out and came home. Stone Day, the first of Dead Embers. I headed down to Little Moaning today to see if Isfront Garden had got his map back yet, as I wanted to have another go at finding that Norse longboat. When I reached the top of Spit Lane that leads down to Dunrolling in the dunes, I met Nat Tackhammer outside his forge. He was just pushing his dogless carriage out onto the road. I see you put the peddly things back on, Mr. Tackhammer, I said. Aye, he said. Are you taking it for another trial run, I asked. Aye, he said. Would you like me to come along and give a hand? I asked. Nay, he said, and started to pedal towards Greater Cawing. I wish he hadn't hurried away so, as I wanted to have a good look at the carriage. I got the impression that something was missing, but I couldn't say what it was. Isfront wasn't at home, so I carried on to the end of Spit Lane to see if he was with Grandma Nutson. Oh, wonderful! Just when I need some assistance, she wheezed. What the hell is this word? I've been running up and down these stairs all morning, changing the glowworms. You continue with that, and I'll make us a nice, refreshing drink. So I spent the next hour carrying used glowworms down to the cellar and recharged ones back up to the top of the lighthouse. Grandma Nutson hadn't seen Isfront all morning, but she said, it's nearly noon. Isfront may be at the inn. Isfront was at the Green Gnome, eating a plow gnome's lunch. That's raw turnip with the mud left on. He was telling me about how Jumbo Butterpat had used his map as a beer mat, and it had dissolved when there was this terrific clattering and shouting on the road outside. We all rushed to the door to see what was going on. It was Nat Tackhammer on his dogless carriage. He was not careening, he was careering down Plowgnome's Lane at 90 leagues an hour, with his little legs whirling around like sails. Uncle Dusty's old mill, the day that it fell down. "Stop pedaling, Mr. Tackhammer!" I shouted to him. "I can't!" he cried as he shot by. "Put your brakes on, Nat!" yelled Jumbo Butterpat after him. Brakes, of course. That's what the little blocks were that I removed from the dogless carriage. I should have realized after the first trial run. This time, as he couldn't use his feet to slow him down, Nat was going fast enough to jump clear across the dribble. And he would have, too, if Silas Crawley hadn't been standing in the middle of the road down by the bridge. As it was, the dogless carriage came to stop when it hit the goblin and sent him flying. Old Creepy got across the river anyway, and he didn't have to wait for the Sprat's ferry. We're almost done with the novel. It's not too bad. I think this one's actually shorter than Gnome Ranger and Night Orcs. I love these novels. I think this is wonderful. Day the 2nd. I went down to Soggy Bottom Field today to see if the dam is holding back the dribble. It is. Enough water is leaking through that we may have to rename the place Soggy Bottom Pond. I wonder if we should take up goldfish farming. I shall suggest that to Father when I next see him. He and my brothers took to their beds, and when we came home on Fire Day, and have been there ever since. Mud Day the 3rd. Today I hiked round to 3 Mole Hill to visit my favorite sage. On the way, I met 2 dwarves. You don't see many of them around here. They were surveying. One of them had one of those tripod things, and the other had a stripy pole. "Hello," I said. "What are you doing?" "I'm gazing at the stars and you's opening barber shop," replied the one with the tripod in a rather surly voice. That was silly, so I said, "Really, what are you surveying?" He bent his head back to his instrument and grunted, "Mind thy own business, lass." He was so rude. I turned and started to walk off when the other one called, "Lass, be there anywhere we can get some grub? We ain't brought naught with us." "There's the Green Gnome," I replied, pointing down to the village in the distance. "Make sure you try the scrumpy." Mistress Time was on her doorstep, sitting every bit as still as Noggin does when he's fishing. The difference between them is that Sage sits and thinks, but Noggin just sits. I sat myself down at her feet and said, "Tell me the meaning of life, O Sage," which seemed a nice, respectful way to address her. She was silent for a very long time, then replied, "Life is a 4-letter word." I thought about that very hard, then gave up and asked her if she could put it another way. She said, "You can put it any way you like." Then she went inside. Much to think about. I passed those dwarves again on my way back. They had fallen into a ditch by the side of the road and were lying there, bright green and moaning softly. What? Trees Day the 4th. I'm making some proper bread at last. Mother always finds some excuse to stop me, but today she's gone around to Uncle Dusty's mill with a bag of corn. As she's going to wait for him to grind it, she won't be back before dark. I read the label on the Super Lift-Off packet very carefully. It said lots about how marvelous it was, but nothing about how to use it. So I put lots in to be on the safe side, made a nice bubbly dough, and put it in the oven to rise. I'm sitting near it now, writing my diary while it rises. There are some interesting smells and noises coming from the oven. Fresh eggs would be lovely with hot new proper bread. I'll go see if there are any. Wednesday the 5th. Either Seamus Sosmal sold me the wrong stuff, or I used too much of it in the bread yesterday. While I was out of the bantam coop, the oven exploded. It blew the door right off, and if Arback hadn't been there to catch it, that heavy iron door would have smashed the table. The noise brought my father and brothers out of their beds, which was a good thing, but they all got into a terrible mess when they came rushing into the kitchen. The dough was knee-deep. It took ages to clear up, especially as Arback insisted on lying around moaning all the time. I thought about having another go this morning, using a bit less super liftoff this time, but until some gnome fixes the oven door, we won't be doing any more baking. We haven't got any flour anyway. Uncle Dusty's chickens surrounded Mother when she went over yesterday and stole her corn. Airs Day the 6th. Today I went through my old notebooks from the Institute of Gnome Economics and found the work I did on road making and bridge building in the 5th year. It doesn't look too hard. With my skills and lots of willing hands, we could soon have a new bridge across the dribble. I spent the afternoon drawing up the plans for a suspender bridge. Tomorrow, I'll check out Greater Caw and Rookery. I think there are enough big trees there to do the job, and the day after I'll recruit my labor force. By the weekend, we should be almost finished. Fire Day the 7th. I was in the middle of counting the trees at Greater Caw when one of the rooks flopped down beside me. "Here, Cod, what you at, missus?" I explained my plans for a suspender bridge. The rook was most unhelpful. "Hang about it, Cod. Are you after chopping down our houses so you can build this here bridge?" "Well, you'll be using the new bridge just the same as everybody else, won't you?" I said. It cocked its head to one side and gave me a beady stare. "Like heck it, Cod. You want a bridge, missus, you chop down your own house." Then it flew off. I can see I may have a little problem here. Stone Day the 8th. I went into the village today to organize a bridge building team. I started with Boney Sprat and managed to catch him just as he was about to go off fishing. I told him my plans and pointed out that when the bridge was built, he wouldn't have to do any more ferrying, which he doesn't seem to like, but could concentrate on his fishing. "Now listen," says he, "if it weren't for the ferrying, there would hardly be no fishing to do." "But, Mr. Sprat," I argued, "you hardly ever do any ferrying." "Precisely," he grinned and went off with his nets. I could see that there were dozens of people in the Green Gnome, so I went there next and called out, "Will anyone join my bridge team?" I got lots of volunteers, but when they discovered I meant to build one, not play cards, they all went back to their beer. Seems the stranded travelers are all happy to stay where they are, scoffing Mrs. Butterpat's famous fish pies. They are all business gnomes living on expenses and not in the least bit keen to get back to their offices. There were a few willing villagers, but when Mrs. Butterpat wrote out a big notice saying no muddy boots, no bridge builders, even they dropped out. I was going to try Mistress Farthing, but I couldn't get in her shop as it was packed with stranded travelers buying sweets and souvenirs. And Nat Tackhammer was too busy banging out the dents in his dogless carriage to even listen to me. We're almost there. Sunday the 9th. I went right round to Ridley's End today to see if I could get any help there. What a wasted walk. Daisy looked blank as usual, though she did brighten up at the mention of suspenders. "I could do with some of they," she said. "My stockings get all wrinkly." Armillaria Budblast started reminiscing about the old days when Isfront Garden used to come over every evening to drink her mead. "Well, won't you be pleased when the new bridge is built?" I asked. "Not likely," he said. "I can drink it all myself as long as that old guzzler's stuck over there." I even showed my plans to Creepy Crawly. "Very nice, dearie," he said, patting Mai on the head. "Now run along home. There's a good little gnome." "Oh, I hate being patted on the head." Mud Day the 10th. Seamus Osmall's my last hope on this bridge building project. He travels all the time and should be willing to help. Perhaps he'll know a spell for getting volunteers. But he's not around now as usual, and no gnome knows when he'll be back. Trees Day the 11th. Creepy Crawly called at the farm today to deliver an invitation to Father. He insisted on giving it to him personally, and even risked his nice new suit to go into the barn to give it to Father. There's so many bantams nowadays that there isn't enough room for them in the coop, and lots are roosting on the rafters in the barn. They have no consideration for any gnome walking past underneath. There will be a midwinter due at the village hall on the 21st Dead Embers, and we are all invited. Well, 2 dues in 1 year. That's more than old Squire Gilpot did for the village in all his years. Perhaps there's something to be said for the missing Quickbuck and his goblin agent after all. At least, I think it's a party. The goblin described it as a night we would never forget. Woodensday the 12th. Mother sent me off to Doomladen to borrow a cup of flour from Great Aunt Halfyard, and as she was in a hurry for it, she told me to take the shortcut through Darkwood. Some gnome had thoughtfully put a notice up at the entrance to the wood, warning of the dangers of eating horrible wild berries. Mind you, they couldn't spell. The notice said beware of the grizzly bears. There was a rather nasty old tramp in the woods, wearing a big scruffy fur coat. Mother has told me not to speak to strangers, so I tried to stay well away from him, but he kept pestering me. I heard him lumbering and grunting up the path behind me, so I walked faster to get ahead. Then he started to chase me, so I got ready, and when he was really close, I jabbed back hard with my stick. That stopped him. He gave a sort of groan and fell over. I didn't look back, but hurried on to Doomladen. Great Aunt Halfyard was walking around in her back garden with a Y-shaped twig in her hands. I asked her what she was doing. "Dousing," she said. "I done dropped a penny out here yesternight, and this thingamajiggy will find it for me." She wandered around a bit more until suddenly the twig began to twitch up and down. "See? Aha!" she cried, scrabbled at the ground, and uprooted a potato. "That's not a penny," I pointed out. "Never you no mind, my lass," she said. "It'll do for my lunch. Now let's find one for you." She doused around some more until the twig twitching set in again. She scrabbled at the soil and came up with a bone. "I can't stop for lunch anyway," I told her. Then I had a brilliant idea. "Aunt Aggie," I asked, "could you find a buried boat with that twig?" "Not if it were buried at sea," she said. "This thingamajig does find water as well." Well, I told her that the one I was after was in Isfront's garden. She looked a bit doubtful about that, but said that if it was there, I'd find it. So I went home with a dowsing rod, but no flour. Great Aunt Halfyard had run out of that. Until the chickens leave Uncle Dusty's mill, no gnome else is going to get any. Uncle Dusty is stranded in the mill, living off eggs. That old tramp was still prowling around in Darkwood, but he kept away from me this time. Ayers Day the 13th. I did some dowsing at Dunroll and in the dunes today. Arbat came with me as he hadn't seen his brother in ages, so we took the cart. Flopsy and Joy's pulling it, and if Arbat had walked, it would have taken till Stone Day to get there. Isfront was out beachcombing when we arrived. We could see him in the distance on the mud flats. The tide was right out. Arbat stood on top of a dune and waved a dried seaweed frond at Isfront, till the wind caught it and blew him over. Then he just sat and waited for Isfront to come back. I went all over the vegetable plot and found 3 turnips and a carrot, and I circled out from there. Just a few yards to the side, the hazel twig began to twitch like Flopsy's nose at dinner time. I got my spade and started digging. Flopsy saw the fun and took off her harness so that she could come and help. I went down through the sand till the hole was nearly waist deep, then hit harder stuff. At that point, Flopsy took over and burrowed away like anything. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and Flopsy disappeared into a deep hole. There's some sort of cave down there. I thought it was an ancient well because I could hear a splashing of water. and I was ever so worried about how to get Flopsy out, but I need not have worried. 5 minutes later, Flopsy came bounding up from the beach carrying Isfront by the tunic. She dropped him down in front of Arbac, then shook herself merrily and sat down on them both for a cuddle. Gosh, she was wet. Seems that the hole leads out to the sea, and clever old Flopsy had found her way down there. And, of course, she knew that Arbac wanted to see his brother, so she brought him back with her as she came. Fire Day the 14th. Isfront has got his own private blowhole. It's ever so pretty. I was down at Dunrollen at high tide this morning, and the sea was whooshing up through the hole I dug yesterday and sending a wonderful fountain of spray up into the air. When the sun shines, there's this lovely rainbow over Isfront's vegetable garden. He'll never have to worry about watering it in the summer. Isfront wasn't looking very happy about it, but I expect that he's disappointed I didn't find the longboat. I was going to do some more dowsing, but I found I had come all that way without my hazel twig. Instead, I decided to carry on and see Grandma Knudsen, and there she was, coming up from the spit. Millie Watts, the lighthouse keeper, has returned from her sisters, so Grandma can come back home again. I'm afraid the strain of looking after the light has told on her. She was babbling on about a new Norse invasion. Ingrid, she said, there were hundreds of them sailing up the coast, armed to the teeth with spades and wheelbarrows. The invaders landed on the other side of the dribble and have camped in the dunes below Ridley's End. I could see the manor dunes from where we stood, but they were quite empty. I can't see any gnome, Grandma, I said. They're too cunning to be seen, but they're there, she cried. There yourself, Grandma, I said. Norse gnomes don't bother me. They will, she wailed. We'll all be murdered in our sleep. They won't murder you, I told her. After all, you're Norse as well, aren't you? And how will they know that if I'm asleep, she asked. Leave them a message, I said shortly. Really, Grandma's obsession with Norse gnomes was getting a bit wearying. Anyway, that's why Grandma Knudsen now sleeps with a notice tied round her neck. It says, I'm a Norse granny. And she's been practicing snoring in Norse just for good measure. What? Stone Day the 15th. I was over at Three Mole Hill today. Sage was having lunch when I got there. Raw lentils and water. I said it didn't look very tasty and told her all about my favorite foods. Dumplings, sticky buns, chocolate cake, and big fat sausages. A gnome is what she eats, she said, chewing a dried pea. I wonder if I should change my diet. Sunday the 16th. Bacon and eggs and fried suet pudding for breakfast. Gosh, I needed that. I had raw lentils for tea. For supper yesterday, I could hardly sleep for hunger. I don't know how Rosemary manages. Perhaps you have to reach that stage a bit at a time. I shall start by giving up heavy things, like mother's bread. Monday the 17th. I'd gone down to Mistress Farthing's shop today, delivering eggs, and I noticed Seamus Sosma on the far side of the dribble. Mr. Spratt was fishing, as usual, so I couldn't nip across to talk to him, but I stood at the water's edge and shouted at Seamus. He couldn't seem to hear what I was saying, so I waved at him to stay there, and set off to hike round to join him. It's ever such a long way from Little Moaning up to Greater Carring, over the footbridge and back down across Three Mole Hill. I was whacked out by the time I reached the other side of the dribble. I couldn't see Seamus Sosmo anywhere. Then I heard a little voice carried across on the wind, and there was Seamus on the other side. I couldn't believe it. How could I have missed him on the way round? I just turned around to start the slog back, when there was a sort of whooshing noise, and the leprechaun was standing next to me. Sure, and don't disappear again, young gnome maid, he said. There I was over here, and yourself over there, and me coming over to join you, only I couldn't find me transporting stuff at all. And when I did, begorra, you'd gone. Now here I am, and here you are, and what was it you were wanting, to be sure? So I told him my plans for a new bridge, but he just shook his head with a sad smile. Sure, and I'd like to help you, he said, but you see, it's like this. With that there bridge not being here, a traveling sales gnome like myself does very nicely, buying things in Gnome Bridge and selling them to those that can't get across the town themselves. Now what would a bridge do for my business? I could see his point. Then I had a brilliant idea. We could make it a toll bridge. Oh, begorra, that we could, he replied with a glitter in his eye. We'll do it tomorrow. Now, would you like a lift home? He reached for his transporting stuff, but I said I could do with a walk. Actually, my feet were killing me, but I wanted to get home safely. Trees Day the 18th. Seamus Osmall's bridge was almost a success. I was a bit late getting down to the dribble, as it had taken me a while to collect all my maps, plans, and work schedules together. Anyway, when I got there, he'd finished it already. That was quick, Mr. Sosmall, I said. Is it safe? Sure and begorra. Now there's a thing to ask. Just you watch me now. He stomped off to the middle of the bridge and jumped up and down like anything. The bridge didn't even wobble. It surprised me, because it didn't look that strong. It was straight and flat, but very thin like a sheet, and it didn't have any suspenders. I wanted to put some on, but Seamus was keen to get some customers and marched off to the Green Gnome before I could stop him. The stranded travelers were still having their breakfast, fried fish. I didn't really want to know about crossing the dribble. Seamus eventually got them moving. Seamus collected their tolls. I'm sure I heard him mutter, well, that's paid for the starch, and sent them off altogether. Unfortunately, there was a sudden shower when they were about halfway across. The bridge softened in the rain and collapsed into the dribble. It was just as well that Boney Sprat was fishing downriver. He caught the travelers in his nets and towed them over to the other side. And do you know, while Boney Sprat was doing that, his wife came up and made us pay the ferrying fees. And that was more than we had charged in tolls. I've gone off bridges. Wednesday the 19th. It was pouring with rain today. As I couldn't find anything else to do, I had a good look at the invitation to the midwinter party. It was written on the same fancy lettering as the last, and there's more fancy writing in the small print on this one. Whereas, under the provisions laid out in Section 97, subsection 24A of the Land Registration Act, Jasper Quickbuck has, with due formality, made claims to the land and the easement rights and privileges entailed therein of the Dribble Valley, and in default of contrary representation thereto, title to the aforesaid property has been granted to the above-mentioned Jasper Quickbuck, and noting that all prior claims to ownership are thereby extinguished, the recipient of this missive is hereby given notice of termination of right of residency effective 21st dead embers next, and that vacation of properties on that date shall be deemed to signify unqualified acceptance of this notification. Phew! Took ages to copy that lot out. I think it means we've got to bring our own beer. Thursday the 20th. I took myself over to see the sage this afternoon to see if she could make head or tail of that invitation. She studied it very carefully and eventually said, if the writing is small, then so must be the quill. Yes, but what does it mean? I said, getting a bit fed up with her gnomic utterances. Bring your own beer? She suggested. She may be a sage, but she doesn't know her onions. I think it was most rude of what? And I think it was most rude of her to say that she would never see me again, just because I laughed when I noticed that she was holding the invitation upside down. I shall just have to wait until tomorrow to find out what the party's all about. Fire Day the 21st. Oh, that nasty, mean, sneaky rat, that city slicker, that underhanded, unprincipled land grabber, Jasper Quickbuck. Him and his creepy goblin Crawley. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. There we all were, The Bottomlows, Half-Yards, Gardens, Butterpats, Tackhammers, Sprats, and Downtroddens, Grandma Nuts, and Millie Watts, and Mistress Farthing, all standing around in the village hall wondering whether we'd come to the right place, and where the food and drink had got to. Certainly hadn't come from the manor, nor had the Butterpats been hired, and Cousin Daisy didn't know anything about outside caterers. Then the door swung open, and in walked Crawley, grinning all over his evil face. "Well, I'm glad you all came," he smirked. "I wouldn't call this a party," shouted Is Front Garden from the back. "Nor would I," agreed our back garden from the front. "I never said it would be," retorted Crawley. "If you've read your notices properly, you'll know perfectly well what this is. By coming here, you have vacated your properties, and by vacating your properties on this day, you have agreed to the eviction notices that I served on you last week." There was pandemonium. I think that's the word. Certainly, Mrs. Butterpat had her pan out and was about to go at him like a demon when she noticed that the goblin had company. 2 whacking great trolls had squeezed themselves in through the double doors and stood slouching against the roof. At a sign from Crowley, they bellowed, "Quiet!" so loudly that Mistress Farthing was blown over by the blast. "It's your own fault," the goblin went on. "You should have registered your land claims when you had the chance. Squire Quickbuck gave you due notice of that too, but it's too late now. You will have to leave. The Dribble Valley is going to be turned into a yuppie homes development, featuring a Norse gnome-style yacht marina." "Norse gnomes!" I turned to Grandma Nutson. Was she involved? "Don't look at me like that," she said without a trace of an accent. "I've just changed my name back to Bottomlow." Well, so that's where we are now. Creepy Crawley and his trolls have gone. Arback and his front are still looking for the beer. Everybody else has gone to the Green Gnome to think what to do, or whether to do anything at all. And I'm writing up my diary because I have a feeling there's not going to be much time for that in the next few days. That's it. That's where the game begins. What a wonderful story. That was awesome. I love how 90% of that was just purely irrelevant. It was funny though. It was entertaining. What a good story. What a good story. I wonder if we're gonna need like information from that to solve some of the puzzles or something. Oh, there she is. Ingrid's back. Wonderful. Well, I guess we have to play the game now. This is a video game after all. I guess we can play the game. There she is. Ingrid's back. Before we play the game, I gotta run to the restroom because I've been drinking a lot of water. Just drink some more. So I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'm gonna take a very short break. It'll be like 2 minutes, and then we can actually start playing this video game. Full graphics. Ingrid's back. I'm excited for this. I cannot wait. I've been looking forward to this game for quite some time. So we'll take a short break, and we'll return and start playing a game. BRB. All right. Let's play this video game. Let's actually play it. One moment here. Let me get my windows all situated. Put that there. Ingrid's back. I click that. Whoop, there she is. Welcome to Ingrid's back. Start the timer. Copyright 1988 from Level 9 Computing, which begins where the second Nettlefield journal leaves off. Please choose the part you want to start with. We only got a brief glimpse of the title screen, sadly. But again, this is a game in 3 parts. So we'll just start the first part. How is this full graphics? It's only half graphics. It's only half graphics. I want my money back. We're going to start with part 1. Ingrid was in the village hall of Little Moaning. Its wide doorway opened north onto the market square. Ingrid could see Flopsy. Only a little while ago, folk had been milling about waiting for the dew that never did. Then, they learned from Silas Crawley, the creepy goblin from Ridley's End, that their so-called party invitations had been notices to quit their homes. The Dribble Valley was going to be turned into a Norse gnome marina and surrounding luxury development, and the locals were being evicted. True to their nature, everyone had immediately left to get on with normal life, in Little Moaning while they still could. The Green Gnome was doing a roaring trade. But Ingrid decided to get together a protest petition. What now? That's it. Here we go. Game. And so, immediately, the art style in this game is very different from the previous game. The previous game had, like, watercolor pictures that were like digitized into the game. It was a very distinct look to it. Not watercolor, but it had a very interesting style. This is like full color images, obviously drawn in pixel art. I like the little border. There's like some leaves, like some papers, ink, a pencil, some cherries up there. This looks nice. What now? Let's win the game. You don't need to use win to finish this part. Okay. So apparently our goal is seemingly to put together a protest petition. Do we have an inventory? We own an invitation and a petition. The invitation is some sort of midwinter party. Fancy writing and fancier words made it very hard to read, but this was the most important part. We've already read this. This was in the journal. We read through all of this. I don't follow that at all, admitted Ingrid. But as the eviction date's already passed, I think it'd be a good idea to give my protest petition to all the gnomes of Little Moaning, so they can sign quickly. Then, I'll take it to Great Aunt Halfyard, who could present it to the council. Well, there we go. There's our goal. They were just explicitly told what to do. Can I do I for inventory? I can. Let's look at our petition. It was getting very crumpled, but still read as follows. Dear Chair Gnome of the Council, the undermentioned residents and voters of Little Moaning have signed in protest against Squire Quickbuck's plans to demolish the village, to make way for a new Norse gnome marina and landscaped mini-city of luxury maisonettes. The petition bore no signatures. Flopsy urged Ingrid to get a move on. Flopsy barked playfully. What now? So this being a classic text adventure, we're going to need to start drawing maps. We're going to need to start drawing maps. It's just going to have to happen. Let's look at Flopsy, though. She was the best dog a gnome ever had, according to Ingrid, and a great A great flolloping, slobber-mouthed lummox, according to Arback and almost everybody else. Flolloping? That's a good word. Is that a real word? Are they making up words? I mean, contextually it fits. So we want exits on. If I just do look, we get the description of the room that we're in. We are in the village hall with a doorway opening north onto the market square. Exit leads north. Ingrid sees Flopsy. So let's start making maps. We gotta just do it. Put that there. Goodbye. We're not in a cave. We are in the village hall. There's an exit to the north. Yo, Reg, welcome. Play solitaire against me? That's not how that game works, Reg. Go north. Ingrid went north through the door and was in the market square of Little Moaning. Between the infamous Green Gnome Inn and the village hall, the high street led east and west, and Plough Gnome Lane climbed away to the northwest. Exits lead all sorts of directions. So this is Market Square of Little Moaning. Let's connect these. Exits lead east, south through a door, west, northwest, and inside through a door. So likely south and inside take me to the same place, but we need to test that to be sure. Ingrid could see a surveyor. The surveyor measured the front of the Green Gnome Inn with a tape measure and then scribbled a few figures onto a notepad. He stood back, looking at the inn and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Flopsy entered from the south through the door. Ingrid put a stop to the what now prompts. Flolloping is using Hitchhiker's Guide. The mattress flolloped around it. This is a thing that only live mattresses in swamps are able to do, which is why the word's not in more common usage. I gotta play that game. Hitchhiker's Guide, the text adventure, looks absolutely wild. All I know about it is the Babelfish puzzle, the infamous Babelfish puzzle, which sounds hilarious to me. I want to play that game. God, there's just so many games. There's too many games to play. So if I go in... Okay, this is a different place. Look at the graphics. What is this? That guy's got a dumpy. Whoa. Ingrid went inside through the door, was in the bar of the Green Gnome Inn. Exits lead northeast and outside through a door. Ingrid could see Jumbo Butterpat, Silas Crawley, Mrs. Underlay, and a traveling sales gnome. Interesting clatterings and smells drifted in from the kitchen to the north. Jumbo Butterpat greeted Ingrid with a big smile and asked, "How about a nice drop of my special brew?" Before she had time to refuse, Jumbo had already filled a mug with the seething liquid. "Have it on the house," he said with a grin. Flopsy entered from outside through the door. I should make a note that there was a surveyor at the previous room. And we've gone inside to the Green Gnome Inn. Not really sure where to put this square, but I can just move things around as we go. In and out. From here, there is exits north and east. And inside the Green Gnome Inn, we can find Jumbo Butterpat, Silas Crawley. So Silas Crawley is that's the bad guy. Mrs. Underlay, traveling sales gnome. Tons of people here. No tea. Yo, Shaboy J, welcome. We just finished reading the story, the journal leading up to the game. Just barely started actually playing the game here. I'll move that up here. So did that go into my inventory? No. So the mug of liquid is not in my inventory. Flopsy wandered around the inn looking up puddles of spilled beer. When she had finished, she walked smack into a table leg and collapsed. Flopsy! Oh no! Flopsy! Can we pet Flopsy? We don't need to use the word pet. Flopsy, drink more beer. Flopsy nodded obediently. Jumbo Butterpat chatted to a few of his regulars. Mrs. Underlay shouted, Jumbo, oi, give me a tomato juice! Flopsy seemed puzzled by something Ingrid had asked concerning the beer. Look at Jumbo. He was landlord of the Green Gnome. Jumbo believed in the survival of the fattest, and he was the biggest gnome around. Silas Crawley wiped the dart scoreboard clean with a cloth, chalked up 501 for himself and the sales gnome. The sales gnome had the first throw at the board, scored 12. A few sniggers came from the watching crowd. Mrs. Underlay asked if Ingrid had considered immigrating to Gnome Zealand. Flopsy ran around in circles, chasing her own tail. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. All these characters seem to have like their own routines and actions that they take as turns pass. Yeah, okay. If I just wait. Flora Butterpat just entered, so they're moving around. Mrs. Underlay slobbered her tomato juice down her chin, spilling most of it on the floor. Oi, she shouted, Jumbo. Look at the mess. What? So Flora is like roaming. There's so much happening here. Look at Silas. He was Jasper Quickbuck's land agent. He was a scrawny goblin and creepy with it. He always had a fact stuck in the corner of his mouth, and the front of his sharp suit was gray with dropped ash. Flora Butterpat held a tray of buns in the air and shouted, Anyone for buns? There's a stampede as the customers fought to be first. Silas Crawley threw his darts at the board, scored 180. Everyone in the inn cheered. Sales Gnome got 2 20s in an old calendar. So, I looked. The response to my look command is just these 3 lines here. And then the next 4 lines are just events that happened after I took my turn. Do we have a score in this game? Ingrid scored 0 out of 300. It was a pretty useless little gnome. Well, not very pretty. Can I look Ingrid? Yes! There she is! Ingrid was incorrigible, indefatigable, and in the Dribble Valley. And if it hadn't been uphill all the way out, more gnomes might have gone to stay with distant relatives until she left again. Ingrid owned an invitation and a petition. Look at Flopsy, dude. Look at Flopsy. Big fan of Flopsy. Ingrid, well, I'm a big fan of Flopsy. Jumbo mopped his sweating brow. It's thirsty work is this, he sighed and pulled himself a pint of Newcastle Brown. He raised the tankard and drained it one large gulp. Mrs. Underlay opened a newspaper and lit up a cigarette. Oh. This is awesome. Let's give petition to Jumbo. Jumbo smiled broadly and signed the petition. Jumbo went north. Alright, look, petition. We got Jumbo's signature. Easy as that. So our goal is to get everybody to sign the petition here. If I check score, I just got 10 points for that. So there's no indication that I got score. Now I'm thinking just because it's been incredibly helpful in the past, I'm going to open up a notepad document here. I'm going to start tracking instances of score. So Ingrid's back, part 1 notes, we get 10 points, jumbo signature. Let's try and get Mrs. Underlay. Give petition to Mrs. Underlay. She seemed to find the petition amusing. It's probably 300 points for this part. It's almost certainly. Silas threw his darts and scored 139. Those few customers that could do sums gasped in amazement. He only needed double 1 to win. The sales gnome started to throw his darts at the other drinkers. What? Wait. Mrs. Underlay read her newspaper loudly so that everyone could hear about little moaning being due for demolition. She took a long drag of her cigarette and coughed so much that her false teeth flew out. What is going on? Did she sign the petition? Can I take the teeth? No. The following signatures were on the petition: Jumbo Butterpat and Mickey Mouse. Do you think this is a joke? Does she think this is a joke? This is serious. Mickey Mouse? Did I get score for that? I lost points! I lost score because she signed the wrong name. This is awesome. Alright, minus 10 points. Mrs. Underlay signed the wrong name. Are we soft locked? Mrs. Underlay, you need to take this seriously. I've already signed the petition. Silas Crawley took his last throw and won the game with the first dart. He walked over to the sales gnome and helped him up from the ground. He offered to shake hands, but the sales gnome just punched him in the face and started a brawl. Luckily, Ingrid managed to break it up before any real damage is done. What is going on? This is wild. Ingrid was in the bar. Oh, there's a mug of Scrumpy. Take mug. Mrs. Underlay dozed in her chair for a few moments and muttered in her sleep about turnips and the stock market crash. She woke with a start. I doubt Silas will sign the petition, but let's show petition to Silas. He laughed loudly and wrote something silly on the petition. Nicholas Nimby? Oh my god. I'm at minus 10 points. I'm doing awful. This is out of control. Hey, Maple Mystery, welcome. Welcome. I'm doing very awful at the moment. This is so funny, though. Okay. Well, he might be soft locked. Like, I don't know if I can erase names. Erase Mickey Mouse from petition? Remove Mickey Mouse from petition? Oh, it helps if I... Well, it spelled Mickey here without an E. You don't need to use erase. It's a legally distinct mouse character, I'm sure. Nicholas Nimby. Oh, dude, I've been screwed. Show petition to sales gnome. He grinned and signed it. Desperate Dan. Get out of here, man. We're gonna get Biffo to sign it next. Where's Biffo? Can we get him to sign it? Where's freaking Bumble? This is out of control. What's my score? Minus 20. Alright. So I get minus 10 points when Silas signs petition. You get minus 10 points. The traveling sales gnome signs the petition. So we were warned in the manual. In fact, I could bring it back up here. Nope. If I fix the cropping here, get that page. We were warned in the manual. One of the hints that we should only sign the petition, or don't collect signatures from outsiders. And so obviously the traveling sales gnome, Silas Crawley, those are both outsiders. Mrs. Underlay, though, you'd think maybe we just have to convince her about the severity of this situation. I don't know. We were warned, though. We'll keep playing. I'm not going to restart or anything. Not this early on. Flora Butterpat. Who's Flora Butterpat? Oh, she entered from the north. Look, Flora. A big lass and a wonderful baker. She would have no nonsense in her inn. No one laid a hand on her buns without her say so. She's eating a fish pie. Okay, she's the one who's offering buns. Flopsy's barking. Show petition to Flora. She signed gladly. Customers held their noses and moved to the opposite side of the inn. Whoops. Okay, Flora signed it. So we should got, okay, we got 10 points for that. So get 10 points. Flora's signature. I don't know if there's going to be a way to remove these names. There likely will be. Yeah, desperate. Thank you, Tango Buddy. There he is. Well, maybe we need to remove his name with like a razor or a diamond or something. Freaking desperate Dan, man. Alright, let's go north. Whoa! Ingrid put the mug of scrumpy by the bar. Ingrid went north, was in the kitchen of the Green Gnome. An exit led south. The rich smell of buns wafted out into the room as Ingrid peeked in the oven to see how they were doing. The rest of the food was interesting rather than delicious. Ingrid had not realized that you could do so many things with sticklebacks. Flopsy entered from the south. kitchen. So there's no objects to take here. Although maybe we could open the oven. You might as well leave it alone. They were very explicit in the manual that the descriptions of rooms are separated into different parts. There's the description of the room, and then the objects, and then the exits. Although exits are actually part of the description here. But objects or people in the room will be listed separately from the description of the room. Flopsy. I wonder what we're supposed to do with Flopsy. Is this supposed to be Flora? This must be Flora. What is this picture? Egg? Oh, these are eggs. I thought this was like a potato. No, these are eggs. She's cracking eggs into her bowl? Shaking her fist at Ingrid? What is going on? South. Let's go east. Going east puts us by the bar nibbling peanuts. As Butterpat came up and whipped them away, saying, "They're for paying customers." As Ingrid wasn't paying, she went off. Mrs. Underlay talked about how exciting the new housing estate would be. Flopsy stood under the barrel, from which Jumbo just pulled a pint, caught every last drop of beer that dripped from the tap. So this is beside the bar. Flora. I'm going to put Flora down here in the kitchen. Although she's kind of roaming back and forth between these two rooms. Silas bought a pack of peanuts, tossed them one by one into the air, trying to be clever and catch them in the mouth. Flopsy hovered, snapping up each one as it hit the floor. Wait, I can't go west? Oh. Going east is beside the bar. But I can't go beside the bar because I'm not a paying customer. As Ingrid wasn't paying, she went off. So I'm not actually traveling east. I'm trying to travel east and getting shooed back to the west. So I'm not actually moving into this room. Interesting. Yeah, and I'm still in the same area. Let's get the mug. Drink Scrumpy. Took a small sip of the Scrumpy and suddenly felt violently ill. The room began to revolve around her, and soon all she could see was a whirling frenzy of chairs and tables. Till finally the ceiling came into view, then everything went black. Ingrid woke to bright flashing lights and firework displays, and the peculiar sensation of something hot and wet sliding across her forehead. She opened her eyes and found she was sprawled in the lane outside the inn, with Flopsy standing over her, licking her face. And we're back at Market Square. Now, in the manual, there was the prank where they filled a mug with, like, floor cleaner and gave it to the goblin. I presume the same thing happened here because everybody hates Ingrid. So if I go back in, do I get another mug? Get mug? Nope, the mug of Scrumpy's gone. So I probably need to take the mug of Scrumpy and feed it or give it to somebody to poison them. And so let's make a note here. There is mug of Scrumpy. Alright, let's just go outside. We gotta keep exploring. East. Went east was beside the west end of the Dribblemouth Bridge, outside the fairy cottage. The exits led west and inside. Ingrid could see Bony Sprat. Unfortunately, the bridge had collapsed in the middle. Since nobody had bothered to or been able to repair it, the road from the east ended here. The river Dribble muddied along below. Flopsy's here and someone's inside the building. So this is beside the bridge. Let's move those. There, that's good enough. Exits lead west and inside. Bony Sprat is here. Look Bony. The local fisher gnome, now doubling as the fairy gnome since the Dribble Bridge collapsed. He never did much ferrying because he was always busy fishing to supply the green gnome, which was crowded with stranded travelers who were waiting for the ferry. Show petition to Bony. I'm too fed up to sign your petition, grumbled Bony Sprat. I haven't caught a decent fish all day, he muttered. My fishing boat's being on the wrong side of the river doesn't help gnome either. Flopsy sniffed Boney's worms, decided to eat one of them. Oi, stormed Bony. That was my best worm you just ate, you daft mutt. So Bony won't sign the petition until we help him. I figured this was going to be the case. Some of the villagers will have quests or puzzles we have to solve before they'll sign our petition. So here for Bony, we have to either get a fish for him, or maybe retrieve his boat, or perhaps both. Let me make a note of that. Bony Sprat won't sign. He hasn't caught a fish and doesn't have his boat. Let's go in. It's locked. Look door. Bony Sprat opened his lunchbox, took out a carrot and treacle sandwich. He chomped it hungrily while keeping an eye on his fishing float. Knock on door. Ingrid thumped loudly on the door at Fairy Cottage. Mistress Sprat opened the door just enough for Ingrid to slip a petition through. She signed it with a wobbly hand, gave it back to Ingrid, quickly slammed the door shut. Hey. We did it. We still have Desperate Dan. Back up to 0 points. All right. 10 points for Mistress Sprat's signature. There's no other exits in this room. West or inside. We can't go inside. Silas is wandering around outside the bar now. Flopsy's here. We'll make a note here. Inside. Locked. Let's keep exploring. West. Flopsy's following. Let's go west again. It was on the high street, which led east-west past Miss Farthing's grocery shop. Exits led east, south, through a door, and west. We have an exit this way. South through a door. Let's go south. Ingrid went south through the doors in Miss Farthing's grocery shop. Fresh and not so fresh food was on display. The room was a bit dark on account of all the things crammed into the window. Exit led north through a door. Ingrid could see Miss Farthing and some groceries.
Hello, Ingrid, called Miss Farthing. Would you do me a favor, take them their groceries to your Uncle Dusty's mill? I'm that busy, I don't have the time to do it myself. Well, I do have a lot to do, began Ingrid. Thanks, love, I knew you'd help. They're over yon corner, she said, pointing at a big brown bag. All right, take groceries. Show petition to Miss Farthing. She was pleased to sign the petition. She unpacked a crate of turnips, arranged them on a shelf. It's ridiculous, she said. Turnips have shot up since that there the stock market crash. As Ingrid looked puzzled, Miss Farthing added, it were a cart full of turnips that crashed. What? All right, 10 points. So we are in the grocer shop. In this room, there is Miss Farthing and groceries. Connect those. 10 points. And Miss Farthing's signature. It is really cool, Tango. Yeah, I agree. Because the previous game didn't really have the same sort of world building, because the entire journal for the previous game was about Ingrid and her family and just all the crazy shenanigans that they got up to. And then Ingrid gets teleported away from the town, and the actual game proper involves trying to make your way back to your family. So you never really get to see the locations and people mentioned in the story in the previous game, because the game takes place somewhere else entirely. But this is different. Alright, we have groceries. Groceries. Keep exploring. Go west. We're on the high street. Past Tack Hammer's smithy. Exits lead east, south, and west. South. Went south through the door, was in Nat Tackhammer's smithy. An exit led north. Nat Tackhammer and the dogless carriage is here. I suppose you'll be after borrowing my dogless carriage, groaned Nat. Well, perhaps I could do with some testing, he sighed. But I'd be going with you to make sure you don't smash it up. Really, Mr. Tackhammer, it will be safe with me, said Ingrid. But, despite her soothing words, Nat still got in the carriage. Show petition to Nat. He signed it. Yes. Nat Tackhammer clung nervously onto the carriage and said, I'm not getting out last. You'd smash the thing up on your own. Smithy. So in here we have Nat Tackhammer and the dogless carriage. Got 10 more points. Do I even want to get in? Enter carriage. Take carriage. Push carriage. Yelled at Floppy to stop chewing his carriage. Flopsy. Get in the carriage. Get in carriage. Drive north? North? Ingrid drove the carriage north through the door. It was on the high street. Holy smokes. There's vehicles. Exits led east, south, and west. In the dogless carriage were Nat Tackhammer and Flopsy. Nat Tackhammer patted his invention lovingly and said, Do take care of my carriage. It took me ages to build it. Ingrid said, and I'll make sure that it lasts for ages, Mr. Tackhammer. Now don't you worry about a thing. I've got it all worked out. So we might have to use this dogless carriage to jump over the bridge like they did in the story. Beside the bridge here. We might need to like get a full run up to it. Hey Kagurado, welcome, welcome. We're text adventuring today. This is Ingrid's Back, sequel to Gnome Ranger, which we played back in January, 6 months ago now. Oh, we're in the carriage. Let's keep exploring. Ingrid drove the carriage west. Was on Hampton Road by the open gateway of Tack's Farm. Opposite it, on the southern side, was the path to Dunrollen and the Dribblemouth Lighthouse. Exits lead north, east, south, and west. The path was scored with wheelbarrow tracks, probably where Isfrant's friends had brought him home from the pub. So this is a Hampton Road. Whoops. We have exits north, east, south, and west. Let's keep exploring west. The image here hasn't updated in a while, which is strange. Drove the carriage west, was on Hampton Road. There didn't seem to be anything in this direction for a long way, so Ingrid turned back. So that just goes and then returns back here. Yep, we're back on Hampton Road. Nat Tackhammer shook his head in despair and groaned. I wish you'd never laid eyes on this carriage. Oh, let's go south. Ooh, new picture. Hey, it's the sand farm. There's the spout. Ingrid drove the carriage south, was at the back of Dunrollen in the dunes, outside the back door of Isfront Garden's house. He lived just south of Hampton Road. The dunes were spreading from the southeast and threatening to engulf Isfront's back garden again, but Ingrid was not about to clear it for him twice. Exits led north, southeast, and inside. In the dogless carriage were Nat, Tackhammer, and Flopsy. So we went south. We are at the back of Dunrollen in the dunes. We'll just call this outside the back door of this. We can go southeast and inside. Just go southeast. I'm just going to explore and try and fill out the map. It was in the dunes alongside Isfront's place. Path curved from the northwest and continued northeast to the front door, but the track split off and headed south down the spit. Ingrid stood for a moment, enjoyed the salt air and sea views. Exits led northeast, south, northwest. Ingrid stared south as a seagull landed on top of the Dribblemouth Lighthouse for a quick breather before going back to its fishing. Alright, so all of this needs to get stretched over here. This is in the dunes. Go south. Northeast and northwest. If I go northwest, where's that put me? Oh, that's where I came from, of course, of course. If I go northeast, where's that put me? Drove the carriage northeast, was in front of Dunrollen. Scratch marks all around the door where Isfront had had trouble opening it after a heavy night at the Green Gnome. Exits led southwest and inside. You can see some flower beds. Interesting. I don't know how to fit all of this in. We gotta stretch these even more. This is front door of this front. There is a flower bed here. This front grew courting flowers. Like this front, the flowers were going to seed and easily blown over by the wind. Get flowers? It was unmoved. Pick flower. Blow on flower. Ingrid's audience did not enjoy it and made it quite plain. Look, building, open door, knock on door. It heard the back door creak open. She looked around the corner of the cottage, noticed his front garden tiptoeing off into the distance. What? He just ran away? He saw us coming by the front door. We knock on the door and she just ran away. So if we go southeast, if we go southwest and northwest, now we're at the back door. Can we go in? Alright, we're in. Isfront had a small collection of books which surprised Ingrid as she didn't know he could read. They were all picture books. Ingrid flicked through them to see if she recognized any of the gnome maids from the Institute, then left hurriedly. Okay, so we're not staying inside the house. Dunrollen. I guess that's the name of the building. We've got the back door, we've got the front door. Front door locked. Back door. So we have to track Isfront down somehow to get his signature. But Isfront just took off. Maybe if I'd have like stationed Flopsy back here and told Flopsy to stop Isfront from leaving and then knock on the front door, and then Flopsy would have stopped Isfront maybe. Interesting. Let's go to the dunes. Flopsy's driving the carriage. Get in carriage. The dogless carriage was being driven by a dog. Let's go south. Whoa. Ingrid drove the carriage south, was beside Dribblemouth Lighthouse on the spit. Exits led north and inside through a door. In the dogless carriage were Nat and Flopsy. Ingrid walked right around the lighthouse, came back to the path. She scratched her head. Most odd. There was no way in at ground level. So this is Dribblemouth Lighthouse. I don't know what the racetracks were. They weren't even mentioned in the manual either. Very odd. The back of the box says this is the first game to feature racetracks, or level 9's racetracks. And then they never elaborated on what that could possibly mean. So we're trying to deliver groceries to the guy at the mill. Can't get into the lighthouse. A beacon of light and hope to sea-tossed navigators, guiding them past the wrecks and shoals of the turbulent dribble. At least it was when it was working. And that wasn't as often as it should have been, which is why there were wrecks. A red landing pad on the very top. Interesting. We have to find some way to fly to the top of the lighthouse? Pay it no heed. Jump to landing pad. Climb lighthouse. Covered in damp moss, making it much too slippery to climb. Is that a Willem Dafoe emote? Awesome. Landing pad on top. Let's make note of that. So there's probably somebody inside the lighthouse we need to get to sign our petition. Whoa. Racetracks was a system used by Level 9 in their text adventure games to handle pathfinding and movement of non-player characters. Allowed NPCs to move around the game world in a more realistic, dynamic manner. Racetracks enable them to follow specific paths, react to players' actions, navigate the game environment more intelligently. Oh dear. It is like The Hobbit. It's like Melbourne House's The Hobbit and Sherlock Holmes. So this is, I guess this is just an iteration on their Chaos engine, which was used in Night Orc and Gnome Ranger and I think a couple other games. Cool. As the name would imply, it's probably meant to be less chaotic, because things got quite hectic in Night Orc. Things got pretty wild. God, Night Orc was so good. We still have a couple exits I've yet to explore. The map so far looks like it might be pretty small. Yeah, let's try and fill out these missing paths just to get the entire scope of the environment here before I focus on any individual place. Okay, back to Hampton Road. Let's go north. Drove the carriage north was in the yard of Tax Farm. There's a barn to the east, but the farmhouse itself seemed to be securely locked. Exits lead east, south, inside. I could see a window. So this is Tax Farm with a window. Exits lead east, south, and inside. Look, window. Is that an upstairs room? Was wide open but quite high up. Look in window. Climb house. Climb to window. Climb in window. Stand on Flopsy? Well, that's a novel concept. Knock on door. Wait. Knock on door. Few creaking noises came from the bedroom window above. Still nobody answered the door. In. It's locked. Okay, Chivas MSX, welcome. MSX version's pure text. It's a shame. These graphics are quite wonderful. Because if it's pure text, you can't do this. You can't look. Whoops. You can't look at Ingrid and get this wonderful picture. What's my current score? 20 points. Because I've gained 50 points, but I've lost 30 to a sum of 20 points. Our goal right now is we have a petition. We're trying to get all the villagers to sign this petition because some unsavory character has taken over the role of squire, and through some underhanded legalese, he has taken control of the land and wants to demolish the town and build a marina and yuppie housing. So we are trying to sign a petition, get all the signatures on it, and present it to the squire. However, some people don't want to sign the petition, and we got fake signatures here: Mickey Mouse, Desperate Dan, Nicholas Nimby. I lost points for getting people to sign it. Which is quite goofy. Let's go east. Whoa. We drove the carriage east, was in a barn with heaps of hay, stacks of straw, clumps of carrots, pounds of potatoes, tons of turnips, piles of parsnips, and whacking mounds of mangle wurzels. An exit led west. Ingrid could see a short ladder. Hey, ladder, I could use that. In the dogless carriage were Nat, Tackhammer, and Flopsy. The dogless carriage was in the barn. An exit led west. They've duplicated the description. We have glitches. Barn. Ladder. Get ladder. I don't suppose I can get straw? Forget it. It's only scenery. Go west. Climb. Set the ladder. Use ladder. Climb ladder. Okay, I'm carrying a ladder. There's an open window on the second story. Put ladder against house. Place ladder. Drop ladder. Climb ladder. Window is high out every day. I guess it's just a short ladder. It's about 7 rungs long, which is ideal for carrying a gnome back from the inn. Can be climbed when on the ground. Okay, if there is anywhere to climb to, of course. Okay, so it tells you how to use it here. So you just drop the ladder and you can climb it, assuming it's high enough to reach where you want to climb to. Which the ladder is too short to reach the window here. This ladder is used more as like a stretcher, apparently. Ideal for carrying a gnome back from the inn, so that implies that 7 rungs is about the length or the height of a gnome. So it's a very short ladder. Hence why it's called a short ladder. Take ladder. I don't suppose we'll be able to get high enough to climb the lighthouse with this ladder. Let's head back here and take this path. So we can go to Market Square. And go northwest. Drove the carriage northwest, was on Plow Gnome Lane, where it headed northwest from the village. Exits lead southeast, northwest. In the dogless carriage were Nat, Tackhammer, and Flopsy. This was the steep bit where Ingrid had once escaped from the press gang. She remembered the time and smiled. She'd given them what for. It was hard work pushing the carriage uphill. Flopsy panted furiously. Okay, we might need to like ride down this hill to build up enough speed to jump the bridge. So this is Plow Gnome Lane. There's no items here. Let's just go northwest. Drove the carriage northwest, was on the hill, where it passed a little track to a wooded valley. It goes east, southeast, northwest. Top of a mill sail appeared briefly over the trees to the left and sank slowly out of sight. Okay, we're trying to deliver groceries to the mill. Plow, Gnome Hill. Exits are east, southeast, northwest. Go east. We're still driving this carriage around, because why not? Nice sheltered spot here, away from the wind that had been blowing up along the lane. Exits led east and west. Ingrid could see Silas Crawley, surveyor, and a notice. Silas is here? In the dogless carriage, blah blah blah. Oddly enough, the notice was positioned exactly at Ingrid's eye level. It read, "No Ingrids," which made her laugh at Uncle Dusty's bad spelling and correct it to "No Ingress." Oh, the chickens are here! I forgot about the chickens. Freaking chickens. This is the track leading to mill. Notice is here. Can I take the notice? It's fixed in place. Is this the same surveyor? Dwarf from the north measured for pleasure with his pole in a hole and a theodolite on the right? What the heck is that? A dwarf from the north who measured for pleasure with his pole in a hole and his theodolite on the right. What? Theodolite. It's a precision instrument used for measuring angles, both horizontally and vertically. Oh, it's like one of those road surveyors, little doohickey thingy-mabobbers. They rotate along their horizontal axis as well as their vertical axis. They have a lot in common with transits. The transit's also a surveying instrument. It takes accurate angular measurements. Precision optical instrument for measuring angles between designated visible points in the horizontal and vertical planes. Interesting. It's measured for pleasure. East. Right, we're in the yard next to the mill, still and quiet save for the leisurely creaking of the mill sails. Exits the west and inside. Ingrid could see some watched chickens, a bush, and the bell rope. Chickens attacked Ingrid and chased her back to the mill track. The chickens! The chickens! Chickens won't let me go that way. Alright, we gotta stretch this. This is yard. I'll call this the mill yard. Objects. Chickens, bush, bell rope. Can go in. Chickens. Chickens prevent us from going there. Flopsy. Go E and attack the chickens. Flopsy drove the carriage east. Frantic clucking noises came from the mill as Flopsy chased the chickens away in a cloud of dust and feathers. It's that easy. You just own them. Ah, we got points for it too. Flopsy owns the chickens. Plus 10 points. Flopsy seemed puzzled by something Ingrid had asked concerning the watch chickens. Flopsy, you just did it already. Door opened a crack. Ingrid noticed that some big heavy things had been piled up against the other side of the door, so it couldn't be opened. The door slammed shut again. Let's look at the bush. It was a privet gone wild. It was a solid mass of leaves on the outside, but with quite a lot of space between the branches at its heart. Tatty length of hemp rope with a big knot on one end. The other end disappeared up and off through a small hole in the mill door. Pull bell rope. Ding dong, footsteps approached the door from inside. Wait. Nat Tackhammer toyed nervously with his lower lip. The mill door creaked open just enough for Dusty Halfyard to peek out. Go away! He shouted on seeing Ingrid. Obviously, he didn't recognize his own dear niece, she thought, as Dusty slammed the door firmly shut. Well, we need to get him to sign our petition. So I think we can do this pretty simply with some creative parser commands. So obviously he's reacting specifically to Ingrid's presence outside the door. No mention of Flopsy, though. So we could probably have Flopsy... Wait, is Nat Tackhammer the one we're supposed to deliver the groceries to? I've already forgotten who we're supposed to deliver the groceries to. Groceries. Mr. Halfyard. Wait, Nat Tackhammer. Yeah, Dusty Halfyard. Dusty Half. I'm getting these names mixed up. Nat Tackhammer is the smithy who refuses to let us take his cart by ourselves. He will come with us. Dusty Halfyard ordered these groceries. We also need him to sign this petition. So I bet if we can get Flopsy to deliver the groceries for us, or maybe we just drop groceries here. Pull bell rope and then go west. Oh, the groceries are in the cart because I'm in the cart. I'm in the cart. So I dropped them and they just dropped into the cart. Take groceries. Go east. Exit cart. Go out of cart. Leave the cart. Am I in the cart? Carriage. Just stop driving the carriage. Get out of carriage. There we go. Drop groceries. Pull the bell rope. Go west. Okay, so I'm not far enough away. I need to be further away. So the track leading to the mill is still in sight of the front door. So we need to go all the way up to the hill. So we go west again and tell Flopsy, go to mill yard and pull bell rope. The mill door creaked open just enough for Dusty to peek out. Go away, he shouted on seeing Ingrid. What? You can see us from here? Huh. Interesting. Silas is here, the surveyor's here, the notice. Oh, the bush. Maybe we can hide it in bush. Door opened a crack. I think it interpreted enter as trying to enter the building, not the bush. I think. Omega number, welcome. Ingrid's back. There she is. Hey, Duke, welcome. It might be both. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I love this picture. This is like the cutest dog. Can I hide in the bush? Oh, yep, Ingrid got in the bush. Okay, okay. So we can hide in the bush. So leave the bush. Unhide? Pull bell rope. Hide in bush. Dusty Halfyard peered out through a gap in the door. Ah, he said, my groceries have come. He moved the sacks from behind the door and went outside to pick them up. Flopsy nudged Ingrid as if she were hinting something. Show petition to Dusty. Dusty Halfyard strained with his one free arm to sign the petition. Ingrid thanked him, made a mental note to send help to dig him out of the sacks once her petition was finished. Alright, we did it. Flopsy looked at Ingrid as if to say, well, you missed your chance to catch him there, Ingrid. I got him! He signed it. We also have Desperate Dan's signature. We're up to 50 points. I was at 30 points. Flopsy scaring off the chickens got me some score. So we must have got 10 points for delivering groceries to Dusty Halfyard. And 10 points Dusty Halfyard's signature. Why is Flopsy admonishing me? I did it correctly. I think. Unless there was more I was supposed to do. Her hand looks pretty messed up to me, Duke. I don't know. Where did I put it? What the heck? Like, her. I guess. Oh, that. Like. Her neck is really messed up. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this picture. It's quite wonderful. It's like they drew her torso front facing, but then put the feet facing away. It's like she's all jumbled up. Half of her body is front facing, half of it's back facing. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot. It's quite wonderful. It's quite beautiful. Can we open the door? And now there's still big heavy things everywhere. Well, we got the signature, so I think we're good. Let's enter the carriage. Oh, let's go in carriage. Let's go carriage. Am I in the carriage? I'm not. Go in dogless carriage. It's interpreting that as trying to go in the door. Push carriage. Enter carriage. The door opens. It's the door. The door is preventing me from entering the freaking carriage. How do I... I just want to go in the carriage. Maybe drive carriage? You don't need to use the word drive. Ride the carriage. It was go in carriage previously, but because there's a door in this room, it's interpreting go in as go in door and disregarding the word carriage. It wouldn't be a level 9 adventure game without some jank. Push carriage to west. It was unmoved, and then we walked west. So here it interpreted that command as push carriage and then go west. Nat, drive the carriage west. Nervously ignored Ingrid. He won't take my commands. Flopsy, go in carriage. Flopsy agreed. Get in carriage. Get in, not go in, not ride, not enter. Get in. Specifically, get in the carriage. Okay. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Everything's fine. So we've delivered the groceries. We got the signature from here. Let's head back to the hill, and we can keep going to the northwest. Drove the carriage northwest, was at the top of Plownome Hill. At that point, it turned into Cawing Road and carried on north. If you didn't want to go that way and you were feeling adventurous, there was a path across the field to Darkwood in the west. Otherwise, there was always good old Nettlefield just a step away to the east. Exits lead north, east, southeast, and west. Okay, so the map continues. We're at the top of Plownome Hill. That. Exits lead north. Whoops. East. Southeast and west. So this map is fairly large. I mean, there's not too many rooms here, but let me save this. We compare this to Gnome Ranger, which is all in white. See, Gnome Ranger's maps were very square grids. Just a very square grid, very square with like a couple offshoots. So they're definitely changing the structure of the maps with this game. They're playing with the way they're designed. Of course, Night Orc. Night Orc was just out of control. So many different rooms. So many different areas and rooms. It was insanely large. But this is kind of a little bit more free form. Let's keep exploring. So Darkwood to the west. We can go north to Cawing Road. Nettlefield is east. Let's go north. Drove the carriage north was in Cawing Road, close by the Greater Cawing Rookery. It was so noisy with all the cawing and flapping of wings and rattling of bits of nest falling down through the trees, Ingrid could hardly hear herself think. Exits led north and south. Could see a rook. The rook flew over to Ingrid and greeted her with a cool, deep-throated caw. It struck a nonchalant pose and held it for a moment, then began to twitch, finally started scrattling vigorously at its plumage. Eventually it stopped, took up its pose again. Cawing Road. There is a rook here. I wonder if the rook will sign the petition. Huge rattle-feathered bird, much bigger than Ingrid, probably strong enough to support her weight. Oh, we could take the rook to fly us up to the lighthouse, I bet. Much bigger than Ingrid. He had wickedly long off-yellow beak and bright, beady eyes. He liked to look cool and bad, but being plagued by nits, he spent a lot of the time scrattling madly with his beak. The rook couldn't sign the petition. The rook cawed and said, I think it's terrible that Jasper Quickbuck is trying to clear the village. It'll be our trees next after your village. If there's anything I can do to help, then just ask. We have different exits here. North and south, yeah. Rook, fly me to the top of the lighthouse. The rook agreed. The rook looked at Ingrid and tilted its head to one side. It got in the carriage. Okay. Flopsy sniffed the rook. It took offense and pecked Flopsy on the nose. You're the one who stinks, you smelly old mutt. The rook ruffled its feathers and dipped its back into a sort of saddle shape. Oh, I need to hop on the rook. I'm already in the carriage. Can this game handle me being in the carriage in the rook? Or on the rook and in the carriage? Climb on the rook. Hop on the rook. Get out of carriage. Rook, come here. Rook, get out of carriage. Ride rook. Climb on rook. Get on rook. Oh, we're on the rook! Rook, fly me to the lighthouse. It agreed. I'm just kind down. North. Get on rook. What? Where? Oh, I probably need to ask specifically to be taken somewhere and then climb on the rook. Where are we? This is not where I asked to go. Flopsy looked down in excitement. Her ears waved about in the air like windsocks. The rook was in the yard of Tax Farm. There's a barn to the east, but oh, this is here. The farmhouse itself seemed to be securely locked. Exits led east, south, inside through the door. You could see a window. Go in window. Enter window. Climb in window. Rook, fly to window. Rook, go south. Rook goes south. Rook goes southeast. Rook goes south. Okay, so now we're back at the lighthouse. We are riding on a rook, a flying bird. There's no entrance to the lighthouse. Well, it says go in. The door was high out of reach. There's a landing pad at the very top of the lighthouse. Rook, go to landing pad. Took to the air and flew quickly to its destination. Flopsy looked down in excitement. The rook was on a bright red landing pad at the top of Dribblemouth Light. There was a wonderful view from up here. Ingrid could see the whole valley, from Doom Laden right across to Ridley's End. A hatch in the floor led to some stairs. An exit led down. Alright. We're in. Rook flight. Down. Climbed down from the rook. Ingrid went downwards, was in Dribblemouth Lighthouse, in the bit where it all happened. There was a big table in the middle where the light was kept, and a bed in the corner, or what would have been the corner if the room hadn't been round. There's also a door to the outside. Exits lead upwards and outside through a door. I wonder where that door leads. I guess that's this door that just leads to nothing. Or maybe this door, or maybe this door. Or maybe a door that leads out to this little walkway here. Or maybe this is the landing pad. And the door that leads out is the hatch on the ceiling that we came in. Ingrid could see Millie Watts on the long ladder. Hey, a ladder! Millie Watts said, hello there, Ingrid. It's nice to have a bit of company. It gets so boring on my own here. Show petition to Millie. She was happy to sign it. 80 points? I don't know where I got some points. I haven't been tracking these well enough. I guess presumably accessing the lighthouse was worth score. And then giving the petition to Millie was worth score. That's only 20. Every instance of point seems to be 10, but it's hard to say. Petition. Freaking Desperate Dan. We got Jumbo Butterpat, Flora Butterpat, Miss Farthing, Dusty Halfyard, Nat Tackhammer, Millie Watts, and Mr. Sprat. Nicholas, Nimby, Mickey Mouse, and Desperate Dan are all fake names. Yeah, our goal is to track down all the villagers and have them sign this petition. We only want residents to sign it. We definitely got 10, maybe more. We're getting Millie Watts signature. Icy Vanilla Adventure. Josh, welcome. Came here for Noid. We gotta play more Noid. Millie Watts chatted to Ingrid and told her how, this being the dull season for glowworms, she was having to improvise the lighting for the time being. She pointed to a candle in a foil-covered washing up bowl. It's terrible, isn't it? She sighed. There's a helicopter outside. Ingrid nodded sympathetically as the candle went out. Flopsy sniffed the air inquisitively. Oh, what am I doing here? Let's look at Millie. Keeper of the Dribble-Mouth Light. She was short, but tough. People said that she had once thrown a skipper off his own boat because he hadn't paid his lighthouse dues. Everyone paid promptly nowadays. Looking ladder looked at the short ladder, not the long ladder. The long ladder was a bit rickety and missing the odd rung here and there, but otherwise not too bad. Take long ladder. It wouldn't move. Millie Watts jumped up at the sound of a loud crash as a ship plowed into the other wrecks in triple banks. Millie looked out of the window, then blamed Ingrid for the shipwreck. Now look what you've gone and done, she yelled. That there candle was burning brightly until you turned up. Why don't you just clear off and let me get on with my job? Ingrid explained her bright ideas for improving lamps, but Millie did not seem to be listening just then. This is on Windows 10, Josh. I'm using a third-party interpreter. It's called level9.net. I extracted the specific game files, and I'm just running the game through a third-party interpreter on Windows natively. I don't remember what version of the game I extracted the files from, because I got this set up like 6 months ago. So I don't have a platform listed. I got into problems when I tried to play the previous game, Gnome Ranger, on the Atari ST. I was playing it on Atari ST, but the game broke, and I wasn't able to get to the third part of the game, and it kept crashing. And ever since then, I've abandoned that. And the artwork is pretty much the same, depending on for all the different platforms. The only difference is the number of colors, as far as I understand. I wonder if there's more we're supposed to do here. I can't seem to take the long ladder. What happens if I go out? Oh, Millie lowered the ladder out of the door. Ingrid climbed down. Well, we got her signature. Maybe that's all we have to do there? Let's go like that. That's one way. Whoops. I'm still not very good at using this program. There we go. Out. Shift. Fly the rook up to the landing pad. From here we can go in to the lighthouse where we find Millie Watts with a long ladder. We can go out from there. I guess this is up, down, not in, out. I guess it's down, up. And now we're back here. The rook is gone, or the rook might be up on the landing pad still. The rook might be gone forever. Although it might not. Maybe that's the only purpose of the rook. let's head all the way back to Cawing Road. Go to Cawing Road. Dogless carriages here. Get in the carriage. I'm still in exploration mode. Again, our goal is to just get all the villagers to sign this petition. But there's still many different paths and areas I've yet to explore, so we're just going to keep exploring. Let's go north. Drove the carriage north, was on Cawing Road, which seemed to go on forever. It wasn't getting her anywhere useful. Ingrid rubbed her sore feet, decided to turn back. Well, close that path. Go south and west. Ingrid drove the carriage west, was in a field that made nettle fields look well tended. Oh, it was so brambly that you couldn't even keep rabbits in it. The path that led west to Darkwood wasn't being looked after either. Could hardly get past the briars in some places. Exits led east and west. Ingrid could see a briar patch. In the dogless carriage, blah, blah, blah. Field. Briar patch. Look. Briar patch. Tangled mass of brambles with a vigorous growth of thick, thorny runners sticking out all over the place. Just about enough room for a small gnome made to squeeze past. Interesting. West. Ingrid drove the carriage west, was in Darkwood, where the well-trodden path dwindled rapidly to a narrow track. The great pines soared up on either side, their crowns meeting high above and blocking out all light. Dude, look at this. Look at these trees. Exits lead east and west. Ingrid could see a notice. Another notice? Oh, that's going to be the notice about the bears. No, it's not. It was written clearly in large red letters that said, "Beware of the escaped gorilla." What? Well, let's go west. Ingrid drove the carriage west, was in the Darkwood. Amongst the gloomy trees were strange, misshapen shadows flitted, and the footpath fumbled its way around thick throngs of thistles and elder bushes. Exits lead east and west. Ingrid could see a mad gorilla. In the dogless carriage were Nat, Tackhammer, and Flopsy. The gorilla beat its chest angrily and roared, "Grarg!" in a fierce but somehow familiar voice. We got a mad gorilla here in the Darkwood. Go to the notice. A big fat furry beast, jumping up and down and swinging its arm wildly. Ingrid knew immediately that it was Rollo Butterpat in a monkey suit. What? What? Alright, show petition to gorilla. I couldn't sign the petition. Rollo. Flopsy, tackle the gorilla. Ingrid couldn't talk to several people at once. Flopsy made a questioning noise. What? Flops, Glopsy. Flopsy. Lick, gorilla. Gorilla, what are you doing? The mad gorilla laughed. Oh, you're a hoot, Ingrid. What the heck? Go west. The gorilla jumped in front of Ingrid and growled a muffled growl through clenched teeth. Flopsy growled back. Coconut, welcome. Thank you, holy smokes, for the resub. 11 months in advance. That's incredibly powerful, generous support. Thank you. Yeah, these games are so funny. And nodded with a GN. Ivy, welcome. Thank you for the resub. 50 months. Thank you. It's a long time. That's almost 4 whole years. We've been doing this for a while. There's so many more games to play too. Gorilla.
I don't get this at all. I thought Little Panda...
Shut up, Mr. Burton. You are not brought upon this world to get it.
Thank you for the cheer. Thank you for the bits. We got the hype train. The hype train bits. Thank you. We're so old now. I understand. Age is just a number. Age is a feeling. You're only as old as you feel. Oh, we got music. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Ivy. Thank you. Enjoy, everybody who caught one. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I'm trying to lick this gorilla here. We're being blocked by a gorilla. Kiss gorilla. Come closer. I'm puckering up for you. XXX. How was that? What? What? They have a bespoke response to the verb kiss. Oh, that's delightful. And drive carriage into gorilla. Crash into gorilla. Hit gorilla. Might be pointless. What's my score? Still at 80 points. What do I have for my inventory? I'm not picking up very many items. The only item I've picked up is the short ladder. We started with the invitation and the petition. Blocked by Gorilla. Say blocked. Let's just keep exploring before I commit to anyone. Oh, maybe we're supposed to take the Briar Path and go around the gorilla, because it did say specifically the Briar Patch had an opening just the size for a gnome. So let's go east. The gorilla's chasing Ingrid. Okay, go east again. Ingrid drove the carriage east and was in a field. The gorilla plunged into the briar patch after Ingrid until its fur was so caught up on the thorns that it could move no further. Wait, what? That'll teach Rollo not to play tricks on me. What is going on? A tangled mass of brambles with a vigorous growth of thick thorny runners sticking out all over the place. Just about enough room for a small gnome maid to squeeze past. In it was a mad gorilla. What? Unmask the gorilla. Scooby-Doo style. A big fat furry beast. Gorilla struggled helplessly in the brambles and began to grumble angrily. Ingrid smiled. Stop struggling, Rollo. I'll soon get you free, she called. But he only struggled the more. Can I go west? I can just go west, okay. Well, let's just leave him there. Let's just leave him there. So now we can keep going. Whoa, look at this. Oh, Twisted HD, welcome. Welcome. Hello. Ingrid drove the carriage west, was outside Grand Aunt Half-Yard's cottage that was known as Doom Laden. It looked it too, with its soot-covered thatch and dark walls thick with sooty ivy. Exits lead east and inside through a door. You could see Great Aunt Half-Yard in the dogless carriage with Nat, Tack, Cameron, Flopsy. So I guess we just need to get past the gorilla. All we had to do was walk onto this room, attract the gorilla's attention, and then walk back here, and we automatically got it stuck in the briar patch. Now, however, the gorilla is a citizen, so we're going to need to somehow free the gorilla from the briar patch and have him sign our petition. But for now, we can at least bypass it and continue exploring. This game is so cool. This is really fun. It's unblocked. What in the heck is this? Thank you for the 7 subs, the 120 bits. What is this emote? Gimme dat. I've never seen that one before. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of cool though. Okay, so we are in Doom Laden. Made it. Exits lead east and inside. Great Aunt Half-Yard is here. Look. Great Aunt Half-Yard. She was the member for Dribble Valley on the Gnome Bridge City Council. An effective spokesman for the valley, she'd earned the nickname the Dribble Mouth. Great Aunt Half-Yard hummed merrily while she trampled the path of the long grass on her lawn to make space for her deck chair. Can she... Oh, I think we're meant to give the petition to her once it's all been signed. Yeah. Good idea to give my protest petition to all the gnomes so they can sign quickly. Then I'll take it to Great Aunt Half-Yard and can present it to the council. So we just show the petition to Great Aunt Half-Yard. She signs it. I'm glad to see that somebody's doing something about that Jasper, what's his name, she said. When you've got enough signatures on your petition, I'll present it to the council for you. Ingrid thanked Great Aunt Half-Yard for her help. Whoa! 110 points again. Alright, that's another 30 points from the last time I checked. I guess we probably got points for getting past the gorilla. See, I need to be more fastidious about checking my score. Not that it really is that important, but still. Great Aunt Half-Yard sat down in her deck chair in the rain and daydreamed for a while. I hope things stay this way, a little moaning for years to come. Got bad news for ya. So presumably that's just 10 points for that, for her signature. Jumbo, Flora, Miss Farthing, Dusty, Great Aunt, Nat Tackhammer, Millie Watts, Mrs. She didn't say anything about the fake names here. So again, these 3 names are fake. I don't yet know if there's a way to remove these fake names from the petition. Surely there will be. Let's go in. Got out of the carriage, went inside. Through the door was in Great Aunt Halfyard's cottage. A cozy place, despite its gloomy exterior. Aunt Aggie knew how to look after herself. There was always a good fire for making tea. An exit led outside. Oh, there's just nothing here? Okay. It's just, I guess, the fire? There's just nothing here. Oh, Great Aunt Halfyard boiled the kettle on the stove to make tea, then handed the cup to Ingrid, who thirstily gulped it down before realizing how hot it was. She's okay. Great Aunt Halfyard's racetrack. Caused her to enter in response to our entering in, and now she has made a cup of tea for us. Wait, Silas signed it. Wait, what? Oh, you mean the 3 names? The reason there's 3 fake names. One of them was from Silas. Silas signed the name Nicholas Nimby. Mrs. Underlay, back at the tavern, signed the name of Mickey Mouse. And the traveling sales gnome signed Desperate Dan's name. Yeah, 3 individual people signed it with the wrong name. I'm guessing that Silas were not meant to show him the petition at all. And I'm guessing the traveling sales gnome as well were not meant to show him the petition at all. And I'm guessing as well that there's some sort of puzzle we can solve to force Mrs. Underlay to sign the correct name. We still haven't figured out how to get Boney Sprat, the fisherman / ferryman, to sign. Other than that, though, everybody else has been very straightforward. I guess what's his face here at the mill, that was a bit of a puzzle too, but it was pretty simple. Great Aunt Halfyard sat down and sipped her tea slowly while reading the local newspaper. Well, I never, she sighed. Just look at this picture of that Jasper what's-his-name person. She was holding up the front page of the paper in front of Ingrid's nose. It showed a photograph of Jasper Quickbuck on a yacht with members of the local council. He's got a nerve trying to get the council to back his plans by giving them free holidays, she said. But I'm sure they won't give in to this bribery. Are you sure about that? Out. Get in carriage. Go to top of Plow Gnome Hill. And let's go east. Drove the carriage east, was in the yard of Nettlefield Farm. A farmhouse stood on the north side, facing the remaining farm buildings where the animals were kept. Between them, to the southeast, Ingrid could see Soggy Bottom Field beyond the rotten 5-bar gate. South, southeast, west, inside. Noggin and Armillaria Bud Blast. Noggin pushed his finger into his ear, began to waggle it about. Nat Tackhammer gave Ingrid a nervous smile. She patted her coat pockets, which bulged with compost. I'll plant my daffodils in this, she quietly muttered to herself. What in the world? This is... I'm going to need to rearrange some stuff here. Let's take that, drag it out like that. Goes like that. Makes its lead south. Southeast, west, and inside. Ingrid is Ingrid's older brother. For all that Ingrid might say, he wasn't completely useless. In fact, he came in right-handed for propping doors open or stopping the hay from blowing away in the wind. Show petition to Noggin. He signed it. Oh, Flopsy's playing, chasing the Bantams. Suddenly, she yelped, returned with a swollen nose. My, mused Ingrid. You do look a bit henpecked today, Flopsy. Look at Armillaria, the gardener at Ridley's End. She was devoted to her flower garden, would do anything for a better blossom. Rumor had it she'd been offered the job of head floral gardener in the proposed Norse Gnome development. Noggin wandered over to a hayloft to look for a needle, then returned looking rather bored. Oh, she went west. Come back. She went southeast. Go. Ah. I'm the. Whoa. I wasn't paying attention, but we just drove the cart down the hill. We're in the market square going super fast. Let's try and jump the bridge. Go east. Carriage is moving very fast. I can't bear to watch, screamed Nat, covering his eyes. East. The carriage sped over the edge of the bridge and flew into the air. Nat was thrown out, turning a graceful somersault before landing head first in the river. The carriage crashed into the east bank and was smashed to pieces. Ingrid got up and waved at Nat, who was wading angrily to the west bank, muttering into his beard. All right, we crossed the bridge. We've crossed the bridge. I accidentally crossed the bridge. Flopsy wags her tail frantically. Ingrid is on the east bank of the river Dribble, with a stump of the bridge behind her. Rolling parkland stretched away along the north side of the Gnome Bridge Road, which led to Ridley's End. North, east, west. You can see Flopsy. The fishing boat's here. Nice. The broken carriage. Oh, I guess we're over here now. East bank of river. Fishing boat. Broken carriage. Make that a dotted line. I don't know how else to depict that. I haven't saved my game at all. Mostly because some of the very first things I did got me negative points, so I don't really want to save a game in this state. But let's save. Bridge. Can I go west? We got in the boat. Paddled the boat to the west, was in the river Dribble. Whoa! We're just in the river. Okay. So, jumping over the broken bridge got us directly to the bank, but there exists river tiles at which you can hop into the boat and sail through. This is wild. How do I make that happen? Like, we went like this, but there's also like a river. Go like that. Go like that. The carriage was in a bit of a mess, though Ingrid was sure that Nat Tackhammer could soon sort it out. You only had to bend the frame back into shape, get the kinks out of the wheels, put the seats back on if you could find them, make some new pedally things, and do a few other odd jobs. Take it? No. East. Whoa! We're on Gnome Bridge Road outside Ridley's End. It was a smashing manor house, more homely than palatial, and nicely modernized with single glazing on all the windows. Ingrid counted the chimneys and worked out that there must be a fireplace in every room. It was definitely the sort of home for Ingrid's sort of gnome. Exits led east, west, and inside. You could see a notice. Hey. An advertisement for a job at Ridley's End. Maid wanted. Top rates paid. 30 turnips per week plus accommodation. I'd never work here at that salary. This map is huge. Gnome Bridge Road. Exits led east, west, and inside. Went east was on Gnome Bridge Road. Town was miles away to the east. There's nobody there that would help. She decided to head back. Okay. Go in. Went inside through the door. It was in the manor house at Ridley's End. She'd hardly got through the door when she heard footsteps nearby, and not wanting to get into trouble, tiptoed heavily outside again. Can we knock door? Ridley's End. Keep exploring. North was in parkland planted with an avenue of limes and copses of oak. Roll gently north from the road towards the lumps known as Three Mole Hill. Going. Went north was beside the Three Molehills, where lived the hermit. Faint footpath from the park led into the entrance of a small cave in the nearest molehill. Exits lead south and inside. Ingrid contemplated hiking up to the top of the molehill, but decided she'd taken enough exercise already, would rather go inside. In. Went inside, was in the hermit's cave. It was so cold and gloomy in there that Ingrid could hardly believe that anyone lived in it. But someone clearly did, because there were scattered lentils on the table. Ingrid thought she saw movements in the dark recesses of the cave, but she could find nothing. It seemed that the hermit was avoiding her. As usual. Exit leads outside, so we're in the hermit's cave. Look at the table. Look at the lentils. Call for hermit. Hermit, hello. Sage, hello. We got to get this hermit to sign the petition. I've got no idea how we would, like, summon them. Can't go into Gnomebridge Road. Or can't go into the mansion there. He just leaves immediately. Well, let's go to the river. We're on the boat. We're in the river. Exits lead east and west. If we return the boat, if we go west, there's Nat Tack Hammer. Paddle the boat to the west was beside the west end of Dribblemouth Bridge outside the ferry cottage. Where's Boney Sprat go? He wanted us to return the boat to him. Nat's here. Knock on door. Go in. Where the heck is Boney? Go to Boney. Oh, he's at the bar. Show petition to Boney. Too fed up. I haven't caught a decent fish all day. My fishing boat's on the wrong side of the river. Well, I returned his fishing boat. Boney, I returned your fishing boat. Sorry, Ingrid, but I think you're batty. What? Jumbo Butterpat mopped his brow. It's thirsty work, is this? Pulled himself a pint. Hmm. Well, there was what's her face, Armillaria, who I was chasing in my cart to try and get to sign the petition. What the heck is Armillaria? Go to, I don't know how to spell the name. Armillaria? Okay, we're here. Show petition to Armillaria. She wrote something on the petition. Oh my god! She signed it with the wrong name! I've been tricked. Bamboozled again. So I just lost 10 points for that. What's my score? 130? Getting better all the time. Hey, this machine hugs, welcome. That's exactly it, yeah. We're playing as a gnome named Ingrid. One of the underlying jokes between this game, as well as the previous game, this is actually a sequel, is they've put silent G's in front of all the N's. It's ridiculous. Desperate Dan signed our freaking petition. Now we have a Rose Garden as well. Armillaria signed the wrong name. I don't know what to do about that. Or if we even can do anything about that. What the heck is wrong with you? This is serious business. You must be nuts. It doesn't force you to do it. No, it accepts silent G's at the start of words, but you don't have to play along. Like, it reads north as north, so you don't need to type Gnorth, but you can if you want. Armillaria Bud Blast, man. I guess I just got owned. Because one of the tricky things about this is it's really not giving me any indications as to how I would prevent these wrong names from being signed. Or if it's even that bad. And since I haven't been checking my score frequently enough, I don't... Like, presumably I lost 10 points when she signed it wrong, because that's what happened the last time people signed with the wrong names. But I didn't check my score beforehand, so I'm not positive about that. But even still, like, the only feedback was that she kind of chuckled to herself. But that happened as she was signing it with the wrong names. Like, I had no indication that she would do that ahead of time. So if there's ways to prevent her from doing so, the only way I'd know that I need to try and figure out how to prevent her is if I first had her sign it with the wrong name. This is like codename Iceman style feedback. Let's head back to Nettlefield Yard. There's still more areas to explore. Before I focus and worry too much about the petitions and the names, we still need to figure out the full scope of the map. And it's pretty freaking large, but there's still more places I haven't been to. Let's head back here. Oh, Grandma's here. Noah's here. Who's Noah? Grandma Nuts and pushed the guinea pigs out of the way so that she could probe their bedding for Norse gnomes. Grandma. Look at Noah, Ingrid's father and master of the Nettlefield farm. He was a very earthy body. That is, he was just slightly bigger around his equator than he was from north to south. Nora's here too. Our back garden's here. Everybody's here. Show petition to Noah. To all. Let's try this. Boom. Oh, I didn't have the everything all What? Ingrid didn't have the everything all every. What? What does that mean? Noah signed it. I got 10 points. Oh, goodness. A lot's happening here. Grandma's going to the duck pond. Our back gardens went inside. Nora trudged over to the barn with a shovel to muck out the guinea pigs and returned having fallen headfirst into the swill bucket. Noah went southeast. Arback's inside. Grandma, show. Petition to Grandma. She signed it. Flopsy jumped into the duck pond with Grandma. Here, cried Grandma. Begone, you great muddy lummox. Hey, she's speaking in Old Gnomish again. You're soaking me with your splashing. I got 10 points. Nora's here, threw a few handfuls of grain towards the bantams. Nora signed it, then told Ingrid to go away. Okay, I got points. I'm checking my score after everyone signs, just in case. Nora's here, Flop's here. I don't think Ingrid hasn't signed it. Can I sign petition? Ingrid signed the petition. Hey. Dimple's here. Who's Dimple? Noggin's here. Who's that? I got 10 points for signing it. I bet that's an easy signature to miss. Took me 2.5 hours almost to think of it. Okay. Noggin's here. Show petition to Noggin. I've already signed the petition. What? No, he didn't. He did. I got Noah, I got Grandma, I got Nora, I got Ingrid. Ingrid, Nora, Noah, Noggin. When did Noggin sign it? I'm tripping out. Jumbo and Flora, Miss Farthing, Grandma, Dusty and Great Aunt, Knack, Millie, Mistress, and the 4 fake names. I don't remember showing it to Noggin. Whoops. Noggin, Flopsy. Let's go southeast. Soggy Bottom Field, which should really have been called Soggy Bog. Now it was partially flooded by Ingrid's drainage ditch. If it's northeast, northwest. Ingrid could see Nora and Bumpy. Who's Bumpy? Bumpy greeted Ingrid with a friendly twitch of his nose. Hello, Ingrid, he said. Come and have a look at the new nurseries. Rabbits have built 2 of them, all soft and fur-lined. The G's. I think it's hilarious, the G's. I don't even notice it, really. Except for the Old Gnomish. The grandma who speaks in Old Gnomish. That is like impossible to read. Soggy Bottom Field. What's my score at? We're at 170. Bumpy just left. Bumpy. I was just trying to check my score. So north. It was in a rabbit warren. It was a real maze of passages and dead ends, but that didn't bother Ingrid, who had a wonderful sense of direction. An exit led south. Ingrid could see Noah and Bumpy. Noah chatted to Bumpy, shared the last gnarled carrot. Bumpy tried to remember which of the entrances led to the nurseries. He had 3 false starts. Ingrid got him out again each time, and had the bright idea of following a doe. He reappeared moments later with a black eye. She were just going to the ladies' loo, he explained. Flops. What? Show petition to Bumpy. Flopsy's digging, throwing dust and soil. Dust slowly settled to reveal a giant carrot. Oh, the rabbits took it. 180. Okay, so we have Nora, we have Grandma, we got Noah, we've got Noggin, we've got Bumpy, we've got Ingrid. Picked up 6 signatures here from the farm. Let's head back down to Soggy Bottom Field. Because from here there's more paths we can travel. North, northwest. We can go east from here. Went east, was in the fields around the farm. Nettlefield was nettly as usual. Ingrid squelched painfully back to Soggy Bottom Field. So that's just a nothingness path. Head back to the yard. There's something to the south here. Arback is here. Arback. Show petition to Arback. OR. Sign the petition. 190. Perfect. So if I didn't have the 4 false signatures, I would be at 230 out of 300 points already. And like, I feel like I haven't solved any puzzles whatsoever. It's been primarily just exploring and just finding people and getting them to solve. There's been a couple puzzles, but they've been very light. Like taking the cart across the bridge, delivering the groceries to the mill, and then hiding, flying the rook up to the lighthouse. Those weren't even really puzzles. They were just kind of interactions. South. It's among the farm buildings. The guinea pigs needed mucking out and there were bantam eggs to be collected. Grid made a note to tell Dimple and Noggin. Okay, Dimple. I don't think I have Dimple's signature yet. Just as soon as the petition was finished, went back to the farmhouse. Arback is here. Okay. So that's another nothingness path. Let's go inside the farmhouse. Went inside through the door, was in the kitchen. As usual, the dishes were piled up by the sink because no one would bother to put them back in the cupboard. The kettle was slowly boiling dry on the smoky fire. There was a half-finished cup of cold tea in the middle of the table. Nothing ever changed at Nettlefield. Exits led east, up, and outside. Ingrid could see Dimple and Grandma. A blue bottle emerged from a stack of dishes and buzzed upstairs. What does that mean? Dimple went outside. Grandma hobbled to the barn to root among the bantam eggs for any sign that the Norse gnomes were in town. Is that a type of fly? It could be, yeah. So this leads to the kitchen. From here we can go east and up. Dimple went outside. We gotta track Dimple down. Okay, show. Wait, what's my score again? We're at 190. Show petition to Dimple. 200. It's very possible. It's very possible. And I'm going to have to replay this entire game and not show the petition to these 4 specific characters who have signed it with fake names in order to actually complete this part of the game. It's very possible. So we got Dimple's signature. Who is Dimple? Oops. Ingrid's second brother. He claimed to be keen on fishing, but as he never caught anything, Ingrid thought that was just an excuse to sit, doing nothing. Let's head back into the kitchen. So I have to find, is Nora the mother? Yes. We got Nora's signature. She's mom. She was Ingrid's mother. She took great pride in giving her family 3 solid meals a day, and her loaves and rock cakes were legendary. And she asked Ingrid why she wasn't married yet, and she went upstairs. Didn't even wait for a response, just left. Let's go east. was in the rest of the Nettlefield farm. Things were just as they had been before she went on her holiday, and still in a mess. She made a note of all the jobs that needed doing and went back to the kitchen. Okay. Let's go up. Ingrid went upwards, was at the top of the stairs leading to the bedrooms. Exits led east, southeast, west, down. Nora was here. Ingrid tutted over the scratches and scuffs all down the walls on both sides. Father would have to go on a diet. Exits are east, southeast, west, and down. Start with west. Grandma's bedroom, decorated all over with Norse gnome runes and bright model longships. Exit led east through a door. Spied a book! Lays of the Ancient Norse Gnomes. She picked it up thinking it would be a book of songs. Found it wasn't and hid it again. So there's just nothing here. Okay. East. East. Was in the landing by the other bedrooms. After a quick look in each of the rooms, Ingrid decided they all needed a good clean and tidy. Wasn't time to do it, so she returned to the stairs. There's a lot of these like fake exits where they're described as being exits, and if you try to take them, it just loops right back around to where you were. Southeast. In her own bedroom. Since it was chock full of Swedes, Ingrid decided to go back out again? What? Swedes? What? What? Okay. You sure? Okay, so there was somebody here, Isfront. We never got Isfront's signature. We got our back, but not Isfront. Because Isfront left. At the tax farm, we haven't been able to get inside. There's probably at least one or two people in tax farm who can sign. There's the guy wearing the gorilla suit. Do I have... We would be at 240. So Isfront is 250. Gorilla would be 260. Presumably there's at least one person in tax farm. Would be 270. Bony Sprat would be 280. The Hermit possibly could be 290. And then turning in the petition for the last 10 points, maybe? Oh, Swedes are like turnips, not people. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I haven't used this short ladder anywhere, and that's the only inventory item I've been able to pick up and carry around. This is weird. Short ladder. The long ladder was up at the lighthouse, but I wasn't able to take it. Oh, we gotta try and get Boney Sprat to sign it. Let's go to Boney. And he immediately left. He went east. Where's Boney? Go to Boney. The river's too deep to cross. Boney took the bridge, crossed the river, and now he's just gone. Or took the boat and crossed the river. So I can't get back across the river. Just wait. Find Boney. Swim. This door is no longer locked. It was locked, but now it's empty. The fairy cottage. Miss Farthing, maybe? Let's go back to the grocer. Oh, I went to the groceries. Go to Miss Farthing. Okay, Miss Farthing. Chomped on an apple, talked to Ingrid, splattering the counter with bits. Miss Farthing already signed the petition. We can't do anything. She asked us to deliver groceries, which we did successfully. I guess the groceries are just simply a way to get what's-his-face out of the mill to sign the petition. Dusty Half-Yard. Oh, look at that! The following gnomes had not yet signed the petition. They've now switched how it's displaying the petition names. We still need Isfront, Boney, Mrs. Tackhammer? Who's that? Seamus and the Hermit. Seamus! The Hermit. Yo, Empty Eye, welcome. So we need Boney, we need Isfront Garden, we need Mrs. Tackhammer. Wait, Mrs. Tackhammer, I think she signed a fake name. No, that was Mrs. Underlay. Silas and the Sales Gnome and Armilleria. Seamus and the Hermit. Who's Mrs. Tackhammer? Go to Mrs. Tackhammer. Where am I? Oh, the Tax Farm. The Tax Farm, of course, of course. So Mrs. Tackhammer is inside the Tax Farm. Ingrid can hear noises behind the nearby door, but the door is locked from the inside. There's a window that we probably have to climb into, or something. Noise is coming from the bedroom window. Drop ladder and climb ladder. Oh, it worked. That didn't work before when I tried it, but it works now. I guess I had the wrong syntax before. I think I tried dropping a ladder then climbing to the window or something like that. I tried to be more specific than I was supposed to be. But simply dropping ladder then climbing ladder serves to climb up the ladder into the window. Alright, we're in the bedroom. It was a comfy looking room with a big soft double bed. Exit led downwards. Ingrid could see a bed, a wardrobe, and a window. On the bed was Mrs. Tackhammer. Oh, hello, Ingrid. What brings you here? Asked Miss Tackhammer, who was a bit red in the face. Ingrid was about to ask if she had got a fever when a clattering noise came from the wardrobe. What's happening here? Let's do a save. Show petition to Mrs. Hackhammer. Well. Let's open the wardrobe. Seamus. Ingrid opened the wardrobe. Inside it, she found Seamus Oswald holding his breath and looking a bit surprised to see her. Top of the morning to you, Ingrid. Sure, and didn't one of my teleport scrolls go wrong in Bagora? Here I am, and there you are, and somewhere else is where I should be. Oh, this game. Oh, show petition to Seamus. He signed it. Sure, and it's these teleport spells, he complained. They'll not work properly at all. See me, I never know where I'll end up next. Alright, so we got Seamus, we got Mrs. Tackhammer. They were indisposed together. Is there a Mr. Tackhammer? There is, a Nat Tackhammer. So now we just need the Hermit, we need Isfront, and we need Bony Sprat. I guess I should update this. There's something else in the bedroom. The bed, the wardrobe, the window. Okay. Go down and we're in the hallway. Doors off the hall were all shut tight. Ingrid didn't think she had any business in them, so she decided to leave. Go up or outside. We're in the yard. This is confusing. I guess that should be. Go to Isfront. Okay, we're back here at Done Rollin'. To 220. This would be 260 were it not for the bad signatures. So maybe the bad signatures aren't going to be detrimental to progression through the game. We're just not going to get maximum points. Alright, so that should be that done with. Done Rollin'. So Isfront's gone back to his home at Done Rollin'. We are standing at the back door. Door is locked from the inside. Let's do a save here. So if I knock on the door is too damp and spongy to knock on. Okay. Open the door. It's locked. We can hear footsteps inside. So my theory. So previously I went to the front door and knocked on it, and we could see Isfront sneaking out the back door and running away. My theory is we want Flopsy to wait here for Isfront to stop him somehow. So to do that, we need to Flopsy wait for Isfront. Okay. Go southeast, go northeast, knock on door. Isfront. Ingrid thudded loudly on the front door and said, "Come on out, Isfront. It's only little me." Isfront Garden tried to sneak out the back door, but Flopsy picked him up and carried him back to Ingrid. Then she trotted around to the back door in case he tried to escape again. As Isfront spluttered abjectly, Ingrid forced the petition into his hand. Isfront quickly signed it, ran back into the house. Well, that was true. That was easy. All right. Simple, easy as. We got Isfront. So now we just need 2 more signatures. We need Boney, Sprat, and we need the Hermit. Flopsy is awesome. Yeah, Flopsy rules. Flopsy, follow me. There's Flopsy. There's Ingrid, too. Boney. Let's try and do... Now, Boney's on the other side of the river. It's possible we can't win from this state. I'm still not sure. Let's see what happens if we just go to Boney. The river's too deep to cross. I was able to take the fishing boat from the east bank over to the west bank. I left the fishing boat here and then continued exploring, and now the fishing boat's gone. Presumably Boney hopped in it. It's his boat in the first place, and he's going fishing. But if I can't get back, then how do I get over here? Do I have to repair the bridge? Maybe Seamus could help with us somehow. Esports are for losers. There she is. There's Ingrid. Thank you for the big Ingrid. Such a wonderful face. So wonderful emote, yes. How in the heck? Oh, God. Look bridge. Fix bridge. Repair bridge. Build bridge. What? I went upwards and was in the market square? Went up from beside the bridge to get to Market Square? Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm worried that the Hermit was a one-time thing. And Boney as well. I might have missed my opportunity to get him to sign. Because I can't... Let's find Seamus. Go to... How do you spell Seamus? S-E-A-M-U-S. Back... He's still in the tax house! Okay. Drop ladder. Climb ladder. Seamus is here. On the bed were Mrs. Tackhammer and Seamus Sosmall. Seamus Sosmall and Mrs. Tackhammer were busy looking for the magic wand. It seems like it must have been somewhere in the bed because they were both rummaging about under the covers. Ingrid coughed to attract their attention, and two heads popped out and blinked in the light. It must have been hot under there, since they both had very red faces. We haven't found it yet, explained Seamus, and added quickly, before she offered to help, but don't you worry, we can manage by ourselves. Good day to you now. Okay. He was a traveling leprechaun, spent his days peddling his charms to housewives everywhere. He was very small, but very jolly, and given to saying that size wasn't everything. It seemed to be time that Ingrid left. Let's just wait. Ingrid wasn't very popular around here. Climb. Now let's get in bed. Ingrid got on the bed. Look. Bounce. On bed. Jump on bed. Oh, I got off. I thought Seamus and Mrs. Hackhammer were the ones getting off. Ingrid didn't seem to be very welcome around here. Seamus, give me a teleportation scroll. Seamus, help me fix the bridge. Open the wardrobe. Look in wardrobe. Go in wardrobe. Find Boney. Whoa! Boney's here. Okay, Boney's at the bar. Boney's at the bar. Boney's at the bar. Boney signed it. We got it. So he was just on his racetrack. Boney Sprout was just on his racetrack, meaning he has a pre-described route which he will follow. Every turn that we move, Boney is also following his little route. And so we just had to catch him when he was stopping off at the bar here. And he only signs the petition after we return the boat to him. And not only that, not only do we have to return the boat to the other side of the bridge, but he must also find the boat. Alright, so that's Boney. So that wasn't even like a puzzle per se, I guess kind of. I feel like the puzzles, if you even want to call them that, here in this first part of the game are more so just kind of teaching the player how to approach the game world. And surely part 2 and part 3 will actually have like involved complicated puzzles, which will build on some of the ideas and concepts shown here in the first part. Like this has not been anything puzzling, like at all. Everything's been very straightforward. However, we still have to find the hermit. So let's we should be able to take the bridge while Boney's here at the bar. Let's go out, go east. Boat's here, yep. So let's go east, go east. Where's Flopsy? Where's Flopsy? Save. West, west. Find Flopsy. Oh, Flopsy was waiting here still? Flopsy, stop. Flopsy, follow me. Flopsy, follow me. Go to river. east. Ah, the bridge is gone, or the boat's gone. Wait for boat. Steal the boat. Oh, Boney's still in the boat. Okay, sorry, Boney. There we go. Flopsy's just following my orders. Flopsy's a good dog. But see, I didn't understand the correct syntax. I told Flopsy to wait here for Isfront. Came over here, knocked on the door. Flopsy found him, etc., etc. I told Flopsy to follow me, but I didn't tell Flopsy to stop waiting for Isfront. So Flopsy was sitting there in that tile waiting for Isfront, even though I'd already told Flopsy to follow me, because he will not follow any other commands, because he's currently actively waiting for Isfront permanently until I specifically say stop waiting. So I guess it's a good thing that the puzzles here aren't that tricky, and this is more of kind of like a tutorial almost. So I'm coming to understand how these commands and syntaxes work. We gotta find the hermit. That should be the last thing that we have to do. So now we can save here. Go north, go in. Where's Flopsy? Where is Flopsy? I didn't wait for Flopsy to get in the boat. Okay, Flopsy's in the boat. We go east, we go east. We wait for Flopsy. Flopsy. Follow me? What's your problem, Flopsy? Flopsy, get out of boat. Go north, go in. Okay, Flopsy's here. We're inside the hermit's cave with Flopsy. Flopsy, find hermit. Find hermit. Ingrid did not know where to look. We just have to find the hermit of 3 Mole Hill. That's it. 240. Okay, so let's think about this here. Go outside. Ingrid went outside, was beside the 3 molehills, where lived the hermit. Faint footpath from the park led into the entrance of a small cave in the nearest molehill. Exits lead south and inside. We're here. I go south. Flopsy's not following me. Ingrid went south, was in the parkland, planted with an avenue of limes and copses of oak, rolled gently north from the road toward the lumps known as 3 Mole Hill. Okay, so we go north, go in. Flopsy's here. Was in the hermit's cave. It was so cold and gloomy in there that Ingrid could hardly believe that anyone lived in it, but someone clearly did, because there were scattered lentils on the table. I don't understand why Flopsy's broken. Flopsy, stop. I don't understand. Is Flopsy a pointer? That's Flopsy. Anyone who knows dog breeds might be able to tell what breed that's supposed to be, but I don't know. I believe Flopsy is a good boy, or a good girl. The best dog a gnome ever had. A great flopping, slobbermouth lummox. It's good dog, exactly. Maybe... Okay. Maybe it's as simple as this. Drop petition. Go outside. Wait, 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 wait. Go in. Get petition. Read petition. The hermit didn't sign it. Flopsy's not following me anymore. Okay. Drop petition. Flopsy. Follow me. Out. Maybe we just leave it there and just wait outside. Maybe the hermit won't sign it if we're in the same room. Maybe the hermit won't appear if we're in the same room. So we just wait outside. Go in. Get petition. It's complete. Yeah, that was it. That's pretty funny. It's a hermit. It didn't want to have human contact or gnomish contact. Plus, everybody's scared of Ingrid just in general. It doesn't want to deal with her. That's pretty funny. I like that. So you just have to leave the petition there and let the hermit come to it on their own terms, and they will sign it. Alright, let's go turn it in. Flopsy, comma, follow me. Pet Flopsy. You don't need to use the word pet to finish this part. We need to go to Great Aunt Halfyard. Go to Great Aunt Halfyard. Show petition to Great Aunt. Began Great Aunt Halfyard. This petition looks just about complete. I'll take it with me to the council meeting next week and see what they have to say about it. Well done, Ingrid. The sun began to set as Ingrid strolled toward the Green Gnome. She had won the first stage in her battle against Jasper Quickbuck and intended to celebrate in style. Ingrid scored 260 out of 300, was getting pleased with herself. So, the only points I missed were because I got bad signatures. 4 people signed it that shouldn't have. So you know what we could do? We can get a perfect score. It would be trivial to do so. Welcome to the second part. Let's get a perfect score. Let's replay it and get a perfect score before going into part 2. I just want to. We'll do a save here just in case. Just a second here. How do I use this program? Ingrid's back. So I can just do a fresh load, go straight into part 2 if I want to. And here we go. We can just go straight into here, but just for curiosity's sake, let's replay part 1. We'll save part 2 for next stream. Let's just replay part 1 and get a perfect score. Because now that I know precisely who not to show the petition to, this should be relatively simple. We're starting here at the Market Square. Right? Where are we? Market Square, yep. Flopsy's here. So first things first, let's go into the inn. We need Jumbo, so show petition to Jumbo. Mrs. Underlay signs the wrong name. Silas does the wrong name. Sales Gnome does the wrong name. Go north. Flora's here. Okay, so that's that done. Let's get Flora. Show petition to Flora. Okay, we got Flora. Retro Gaming Denmark. Welcome, welcome. I'm back to level 9. I love these games. This is the sequel to Gnome Ranger. This is Ingrid's back. We just finished the first part. It's a 3-part adventure. I finished the first part, but I missed some points, so we're just replaying it real quick. Okay, we got those two. I wonder if I can just do this. Go to Mistress Sprat. Okay, we're by the bridge. Mistress Sprat was inside the door, so we need to knock on door. Okay, we got the petition there. Boney is here. He's not going to sign our thing yet. So it's that. Next is Miss Farthing, who's at the grocery shop. So just go to Mrs. Farthing. Why did I go all the way up to the tack hammers? No, 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 no. I don't want to be here. South. East, east, south. Okay, here's Miss Farthing. And get the groceries. Okay. Go north, go east, or go west, go south. Here's Nat Tackhammer. Show petition to Nat. Get in carriage. We'll just do the carriage right now. Just get this taken care of. Go north, east, east, northwest, northwest, northwest. We're at the top of the hill. So from here, we can just go southeast, boom, southeast, boom, southeast, boom, east. We're beside the bridge, go east. We launch the carriage over the bridge, crashing it into the bank on the other side. Let's go get the hermit. So we go north, go in, drop. Yeah, I guess, see, here's the clue for how to solve this. The first time you enter the cave, it explicitly says, Ingrid thought she saw movements in the dark recesses, but she could find nothing. It seemed that the hermit was avoiding her. So that's kind of your clue as to how to approach this. We're supposed to drop the petition, go out, let's just wait for a few turns, go in, get petition, make sure he signed it, signed by the hermit, perfect. Yeah, the sci-fi trilogy, Snowball. I really want to play those games. Maybe once I finish Ingrid's back, the next level 9 games will be the sci-fi games. I forget the names of them. Although I don't know. I still need to play a bunch of Magnetic Scrolls games. I've been meaning to play Corruption for quite some time. There's just so many games to play. Okay, it's south. We can hop in the boat and return it, so let's go west. Wait for Boney to come back. Okay, Boney came back. Hello there, Ingrid. That were right grand of you to bring my fishing boat across Dribble. If there's aught I can do for you by return, just ask. Show petition to Boney. Boom, we got Bonies. Snowball, Return to Eden. Yeah, and there's one other. Worm in Paradise, I think it might be called. Got that. We got Miss Farthing's signature. We got Knack Tack Hammers. I guess next we can go west, go northwest, go east. What the heck? This is not where I wanted to be. Okay, I was stuck in the boat. Whoops. Okay, go east, northwest, northwest, east. Okay, back to the mill. So the chickens are to the east. So we say Flopsy, go E, and attack chickens. Where's Flopsy? What is going on? Bony Sprat waves to an elf on a passing barge. Suddenly his line unreeled rapidly, tangling itself around his foot. As the barge sailed down the river, Bony was dragged behind it into the water. Luckily, Bony managed to wriggle free and swim back to the bank. He scooped his rod out of the water with his net, and then shouted a few choice words to the elf on the barge. Flopsy was on the other side of the bank. Okay, Flopsy is now in the boat with us. We go west. We go west. Flopsy is in the boat. Flopsy, follow me. Okay, now Flopsy's finally following us again. Flopsy, go east and attack chickens. Thank you, Flopsy. Flopsy, stop. Flopsy's not on the same screens. We go east. Flopsy, stop. Drop. Let's do a save here. Ram save. We drop the groceries here. Pull bell rope. Hide in bushes. Show petition to Dusty. Okay, he signed the petition. Perfect. Next, we need to do the bird to the lighthouse. We can hit Isfront on the way back from the lighthouse. We can do the tax farm and Seamus. We're already almost done. Okay, Rookery. Rook, fly me to lighthouse. Get on Rook. Rook, fly me to lighthouse. Oh no, I'm riding the bird. Okay, I'm riding the bird. Am I riding the bird? I thought I was. What is? I need to. Okay, I need to. Okay, go to Rook. Get on Rook. Rook. Go south. I need to specifically tell the Rook to travel. This operates, or this behaves differently than the carriage. When you're in the carriage, you're actively driving it, and so you can just say north, south, east, west, and you drive the carriage. But if you're on the Rook, it's different because the Rook is sentient. We need to explicitly tell the Rook which direction to travel. Okay, so we're at the top of the hill. I guess we can just say Rook, go to lighthouse. Boom, and we're here. The Rook took to the air and flew quickly. We're at the top of the lighthouse. Okay. Open hatch. Open door. Down. Here's Millie. Show petition to Millie. Show petition to Millie. out. Okay, Flopsy's with us. We are done with the lighthouse. So let's go do Isfront now. Go north, northwest. Flopsy, wait for Isfront. Southeast, northwest. Knock on door. Boom, got the petition signed. Okay. Southwest, northwest, Flopsy, comma, stop. Flopsy will now go back to following us. Yeah, I like this graphical style. It's a lot different than Gnome Ranger and Night Orc. Because yeah, they had like the digitized, scanned-in, blurry graphics. Whereas this is very clearly just pixel art done specifically for the game. I like these graphics quite a bit. This is nice. Let's go do Tax Farm. Go north. Go north. Flopsy's not following us anymore. That's fine. That's fine. We go east. Get the ladder. Go west. Drop the ladder. Climb ladder. Show petition to Mrs. Tackhammer. Open the wardrobe. Show petition to Seamus. Go out. Go down, go out. Okay, so that's both of them. Now we just have to go back to Nettlefield Yard and get all of the family members. Go to Flopsy, Flopsy, comma, follow me. North, go to Nettlefield Yard. Alright. So we have a lot of signatures we can collect here. We got Isfront. We got Seamus, Tackhammer. So we need to get Noah, Grandma, Nora, Noggin, Bumpy, Arback, Dimple, and Ingrid. 8 different signatures we need to collect here. Armillaria is not someone we want to have sign. Let's save. Who's here with us right now? Grandma's here. Grandma. Show petition to Dimple. Alright, so we got Dimple. We got Grandma. Southeast. Bumpy's here. Bumpy signed it. Arback's here. Arback's here. Show petition to Arback. Arback. We still need Noggin and Nora and Noah. Let's go north. In the Rabbit Warren. Bumpy's here. Arback's here. Okay, we don't care about that. Dimple. The Rook's here. Noah. Okay, we got Noah. Still looking for Noggin. And Nora. There's Nora. And Noggin just went upstairs. So Nora. Noggin's upstairs. Let's go up. Noggin went down. Show petition to Noggin. Sign petition. And all that's left is Great Aunt Halfyard. Score 260. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, Lobster Wing. All part 1 is getting the petition signed. That's literally all you have to do. get the petition signed and turn it in. So let's go out, west, 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 go west. There's the grizzly or the gorilla. Go east, go east. Gorilla's now stuck. Go west, go west, go west. 280, go in. Show petition to great aunt. Where'd she go? Oh, she went outside. Out. There we go. She signed it. Perfect score. Well done, Ingrid. Ingrid scored 300 out of 300. Was just about satisfied. There we go. That was fun. That was a fun little area. Again, the thing is, there weren't really very many puzzles here. It was interesting and fun to do exploration and mapping. Like the scope of the map is interesting. The structure of it's very different from the previous games of theirs that I played. Like, I feel like they're going for a more Infocom style structure to the game world. But there really weren't any puzzles to speak of. There were some very, very, very light puzzles. Very light puzzles. But I also feel like this is kind of an introduction that's going to be building to more complex scenarios here in the further parts of the game. It's like one puzzle was you had to get into the carriage, go up to the top of the hill, and then drive it down and build up speed to jump the bridge. The hermit puzzle, where you just have to leave it. Yeah, leave the petition and then just wait somewhere else. Hopping on the rook and then flying the bird to the lighthouse. It wasn't really much of puzzles as it was simply wrangling the parser to do what you want to do and teaching the player how to do that. So that was good. A good start. I think we're going to leave it here for the day. This is a good start. I think we'll pause it here. And we'll pick this up again tomorrow with part 2, where we might actually have legitimate puzzles to solve. So let's do it. Let's do another save. Let's replace my part 2 start. I think this is good for one day. I'm happy with this. This game's really cool. This is a great start. It's much more approachable and solvable than the previous game. Gnome Ranger, man. Gnome Ranger. I think I got stuck in the first part of the game because there was like a unicorn that we had to find, and there was no clues or hints or indication anywhere that the unicorn even existed, but we had to find it. And that got me stuck for a while. I think there's like one random description of some random item that's supposed to clue you in, but this is a lot more doable. Anyway, let's pause it here. Ingrid's back. Sakana Cow, welcome. We're just finishing up for the day. This game was released for the ST. This was released for DOS, for Spectrum, for Commodore, etc. For every platform under the sun. I'm playing it using a third-party interpreter, so I'm not playing it on the ST or on the emulator. There I am. Dizzy's back! Ingrid. Thanks for watching, everybody. That'll do it for today. I had a good time with this. I had a good time. It's just a start. We read the story. We did some adventuring. We finished part 1. So we're going to play this again tomorrow. Maybe we can get through all of part 2 and part 3 tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Thanks for watching, everybody. This is really cool. I like this a lot. I love these old text adventures, man. I want to play more. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the cheers. Thank you for the bits, the gift subs, the hype train, the resubs. Thank you, Augersley, for the raid earlier. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to stream again tomorrow and play more of this. But until then, take care, everybody. Let's find somebody to raid. That was cool. It's nice when a game... See, it's surprising how much fun you can have with a game that doesn't really challenge you that much. Like, that wasn't hard or anything. It was just fun. It's humorous, lighthearted fun. Games don't need to be hard. It's okay. Games aren't hard. The game's probably gonna get really hard. It's probably gonna get really hard. Why else would they offer you a 1,000-page hint sheet or 1,000 hints if it wasn't really hard? It might get really hard, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Who's on? What's happening? Oh, perfect. We're gonna raid Margot. Margot's playing Juggernaut for the PlayStation. Immaculate video game. I gotta stream Juggernaut, man. I gotta stream Juggernaut. I have a physical copy somewhere back there of Juggernaut. I gotta play that eventually. Take care. Thank you for watching. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow for more. Farewell. Adios. See you next time. Bye-bye.